Every soul reaches a point on it, but people anchored in God do. There are seasons where God hides you, not to reject you, but to protect what He's building in you. He had to take you out of certain places, not because you didn't belong, but because the environment was contaminating your growth. He had to cut off relationships, not because you were unlovable, but because the attachments were draining your spirit. You didn't lose those things. You were preserved. He separated you so that He could sanctify you, because what He's about to release in your life required space. And God will not pour new oil into old wineskins. This is a new day, a new measure, a new assignment. And the old can't go with you. So now you must make peace with what didn't work out. Forgive what you cannot understand. Release what you can no longer carry. The season has shifted. What you carry now is too heavy to drag old burdens with you. God is saying, let it go, lay it down. The battle is no longer yours, it's mine. That anxiety you've been wearing like armor, take it all. That self-doubt you've allowed to guide your decisions, tear it down. That guilt that keeps resurrecting your past, bury it for good. God is not calling the version of you that lived in survival mode. He's calling the version that is ready to live again. The one that knows peace can bloom even after pain. That knows restoration is not a fantasy, but a birthright in the presence of God. Listen closely now. Not with your ears, but with your spirit. You can almost feel it. The wind is changing. The air is lighter. The weight on your shoulders is starting to lift. That is the sound of divine movement. That is the breath of heaven signaling the end of your season of struggle. It won't always be like this. And for you right now, it no longer is like this. The line has been drawn in the spirit. The darkness has reached its limit. God has set the boundary and declared no more. No more torment. No more confusion. No more spiritual drought. The dry place is being flooded. The barren land is about to bloom. The time of mourning is being exchanged for dancing. And where there was once lack, there will be overflow. You may not see the full picture yet, but trust this. God never begins a work He does not intend to finish. He never starts writing a story only to leave it half-fold. Your life is still under divine construction, and the beauty that is about to emerge will not come from worldly success, but from spiritual transformation. You are about to see why the pain had to be permitted, why the delay was essential, why the doors had to stay shut. Because had they opened too soon, they would have swallowed you. But now you've been fortified. Now you've been matured. Now you're not just walking. You're walking in divine alignment. And that, my friend, is the power of God. He not only ends tough times, He transforms them. He doesn't just pull you out, He raises you up. He sets your feet on solid ground and puts a new song in your mouth. You thought it was over, but God was just getting started. And this next chapter is not about recovering what you lost. It's about discovering what you never even imagined. It's about stepping into the fullness of a life lived under the shadow of the Almighty. Not striving, but surrendering. Not worrying, but worshiping. Not fearing, but flourishing. There is a sacred stillness that follows every storm, and you are standing in it now. Not because the winds simply grew tired, but because God commanded them to cease. Do you understand what that means? It means the same power that governs galaxies just intervened in your life. The same force that keeps the sun burning and oceans restrained has stepped into your chaos and drawn the line. He said, "This far and no further." The turmoil that has worn you thin, the weight that's made it hard to breathe, it is lifting now because God has spoken. And when God speaks, the universe must respond. When God declares the end of your tough time, every demonic scheme, every spiritual opposition, every delay that once stood firm must bow to His authority. This is not a fragile hope. This is not a dream you're trying to convince yourself to believe in. This is divine certainty. You are not here by coincidence. You are not hearing these words by accident. God ordained this moment before the foundation of the world because He knew you'd reach the edge. He knew you'd be moments from giving up. He knew your soul would cry silently in the night, "How much longer, God?" And right at that breaking point, He scheduled a divine intervention. You didn't find this message. This message found you. It came like a trumpet in the wilderness, like water in a dry place, because God refuses to let you quit in the valley when He's prepared a mountain for you to climb. He is not just watching your struggle, He is stepping into it. And when He steps in, everything shifts. Not just the obvious things, even the unseen, the unnoticed, the inner wars no one else knows. You fight. Those are being silenced now because the battle wasn't always outside of you. The toughest war has been inside your own soul. You've smiled when you were crumbling. You've prayed through clenched teeth. You've battled fear with shaking hands. You kept moving forward not because fear was absent, but because something within you refused to bow to the darkness. That something was the Spirit of God sustaining you, lifting you, and fighting unseen battles on your behalf. Now comes the reward. Not a reward men can offer, but one only God can bestow. Peace that isn't tied to outcomes. Joy that asks for no explanation. Strength that rises in quiet moments. God is moving you into supernatural provision. Where you once toiled, now you will encounter favor. Where doors were locked, they will now swing wide. Not because of merit, but because of endurance. For when others chose the easy way, you stayed in the fire and trusted God to bring you through. And He never forgot. He never passed you by. He witnessed it all. The long nights, the silent tears, the quiet courage. And now He is honoring it with a holy release. What God is doing in your life now is not simply about comfort. It's about calling. He didn't let you survive just to rest. He let you endure so you could carry something sacred. The wisdom you gained in the wilderness will become healing for others. The insight you were given in isolation will become guidance for the broken. You are now a vessel of light, and that light wasn't lit by ease. It was forged in the dark. So don't diminish what you carry. Don't downplay the oil that flows from your life now. It is costly oil pressed from pain, refined by time, and poured out by the hand of God Himself. And you need to know this. Nothing that was stolen from you is gone for good. The God who ends tough times is the same God who restores what was lost. And when He restores, He does it with interest. He multiplies what you thought was gone forever. He gives beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, and praise for the spirit of heaviness. He doesn't just replace, He upgrades, and what's coming won't look like what you lost. It will be better, richer, deeper, because it will come with peace. And anything that cost you your peace is too expensive for this next chapter. Right now the weight is lifting, the fog is clearing, You may not feel it all at once, but don't mistake slow healing for no healing. God often works in quiet, steady movements. Mountains don't shift with a bang, they shift with a groan. And your life is groaning into alignment. The ground beneath your feet is stabilizing. The noise of the past is fading, and the voice of God is growing clearer. He's not yelling, He's whispering. Because now that the storm has passed, He can speak in soft tones again. And what is He saying? Come forth, rise up, breathe again, smile again, dream again. Walk boldly into the new season because it has already begun. Let go of the guilt that says you don't deserve it. Let go of the shame that still tries to chain you to the past. Let go of the self-doubt that argues with your destiny. God has already judged you worthy not by your works but by your endurance. He looked at your pain and saw perseverance. He saw faith, and faith moves mountains. Faith breaks chains. Faith opens heavens. You are not weak for feeling weary. You are mighty for not giving up. And now God is rewarding that tenacity with transformation. Not just of your situation, but of your identity. You're not just someone who went through a storm. You are someone who emerged from it, clothed in strength, anointed by the struggle, and appointed for greater things. The pain you endured was not for nothing. The weight you carried wasn't wasted. God is too intentional to let your suffering be in vain. He is the master builder, and every brick of hardship was laid with precision. Every tear you cried was counted. Every night you spent staring at the ceiling, begging for answers, was heard. And now He's answering not with explanations, but with restoration, because when God answers, He doesn't always explain what He was doing. He shows you why it had to be done. You're about to walk into answers that don't come in words, but in wonders. You're about to live the reason for your season. The questions that once screamed in your soul will bow to the peace that comes when God shifts the atmosphere. You've been faithful over little, and now He is making you ruler over much, not to make you boastful, but to make you fruitful. Your survival wasn't for you alone. It was for the ones who will follow your footsteps, hoping someone can show them that the dark doesn't last forever. And you'll show them not with sermons, but with your scars, not with theory, but with the authority of experience. You've become a living message of God's mercy, a walking example that the fire may rage, but it cannot consume what God has preserved. You are not marked by what tried to kill you. You are marked by the hand that kept you alive. There were moments you almost broke, times you questioned if you had the strength to make it another day. But look at you now. You're still standing, and not by your own doing. You're standing because God held you when you were too weak to hold yourself. And now He is not just holding you. He is lifting you, elevating you, pushing you into the purpose that was buried beneath all the chaos. He's bringing it to the surface, now like treasure rising from the depth. And when God reveals purpose, no enemy can bury it again. No opposition can steal what He ordained. What you are walking into is not open for negotiation. It is sealed by divine decree. There is a spiritual momentum building in your favor. You may not feel it in the natural yet, but something is shifting in the unseen. God doesn't wait for perfect circumstances to move. He speaks things into existence long before you see the evidence. And today He is speaking acceleration over your life. You've crawled long enough. You've wept long enough. Now comes the season of swift progress, divine alignment, unexpected blessings. The people who rejected you will watch as you rise. The doors that were once locked will open without explanation. Opportunities you didn't chase will chase you. Not because you manipulated anything, but because you trusted everything to God. This is the power of surrender. It invites the supernatural, so it allows God to write the story without interruption. And when He writes with fire. He writes with favor. He writes in ways that man cannot erase. What He is about to release over your life won't require you to compete. You won't need to strive for it, beg for it, or prove yourself worthy. You just need to receive it. It's coming because He promised it. It's arriving because He ordained it. And it's yours because He called you by name when no one else saw your value. When others walked past you, when life overlooked you, when friends turned away, God was calling you His. And when God claims you, everything connected to you must come under His order. That means no more disorder in your spirit, no more confusion in your mind, no more chaos in your emotions. Peace is claiming your atmosphere. Clarity is flooding your path. Assurance is being planted where doubt once grew. And don't be surprised when things that once brought you fear no longer have power over you. God is rewiring your reaction. He's renewing your mind. The old triggers are losing their grip. The past is losing its sting. You won't be manipulated by memories anymore. You won't be tormented by what-ifs. The tough time no longer defines you. God has declared a new identity over you. Victorious, chosen, secure. Some people around you may not understand the shift. They knew you by your struggle. They identified you by your battles. But God is changing your name in the Spirit. No longer burdened, no longer forgotten, no longer broken. He is calling you redeemed, strengthened, restored. And when God names you, that name carries authority. It carries protection. It carries destiny. The labels that life stuck on you are falling off like dust. The words others spoke over you are being reversed in the courts of heaven. The curses are breaking. The cycles are ending. The generational patterns that tried to repeat themselves through you are being interrupted by the power of God's hand. This is your reset, a holy reset. God is not just delivering you. He is delivering your bloodline. He is cutting off what plagued your family for years. He is stopping the repetition of pain. You are the interruption. You are the shift. You are the proof that when God steps in, nothing stays the same. Your future will not mirror your past. The trauma stops with you. The limitation ends with you. The fear dies here. And from this day forward, a new legacy begins. One built not on survival, but on supernatural strength. One fueled not by fear, but by faith. And now as the dust settles and the fire of affliction fades behind you, you must understand this. You are stepping into a holy moment, divine, crossing over. The wilderness is behind you. The silence, the struggle, the shadows, they are no longer your portion. God is drawing a clear line in your life. A line that marks the end of confusion and the beginning of clarity. A line between who you were in the fire and who you are in the aftermath of deliverance. This isn't just about being rescued. It's about being revealed, because the fire did more than test you to uncover you. It burned away what was false. It stripped off what was weak, and what remains is pure, refined, ready. You've been made new. And what God restores, He reassigns. You are not returning to where you were. You are rising into who you were always meant to be. God has built a foundation beneath your pawn you couldn't see while you were weeping, but one that's been holding you steady all along. That foundation is faith. Not the shallow kind that shouts on the mountain but falls apart in the valley. No, this is deep faith, gritty faith, weathered faith, the kind that can't be shaken because it was born in the storm. And now that faith is about to produce fruit. God didn't just preserve you to survive. He preserved you so that through you others would find hope. There is a purpose to this recovery, a mission on the other side of this miracle. He didn't bring you out to hide you. He brought you out to shine through you. You are no longer hidden. Heaven is calling you visible. You are no longer overlooked. God is putting a spotlight on what He's done in your life, not so you can boast in yourself, but so you can boast in Him alone. What's next will require boldness, not arrogance, but holy boldness. The kind that comes from knowing God is the one who opened the door. And if He opened it, no man can shut it. You don't need to explain this season to those who weren't with you in the last one. You don't need validation from voices that didn't encourage you when you were down. God is your validation. His presence is your approval. His favor is your evidence. So walk forward not with hesitation, but with holy confidence. The same God who brought you out is going ahead of you now. And every step you take in obedience is a declaration that your tough time is over and your time of overflow has begun. And don't be surprised when restoration comes from places you never expected. Don't limit how God moves. What you lost in years, He can return in moments. What you thought was gone forever, He can resurrect with a single word. He is not bound by human timelines. He does not operate on earthly logic. One touch from God can shift decades of damage. One decision in the Spirit can reverse a lifetime of pain. And that is what He is doing right now. You may not see the full picture, but you can sense it. You feel the atmosphere around you starting to change. You feel the weight on your shoulders beginning to lift. That's the sound of breakthrough. That's the sound of chains falling. That's the sound of heaven leaning in with favor. This is the season where you will not have to chase what God has already assigned to you. You don't have to strive for what is already yours. You simply need to stand. Stand in truth. Stand in obedience. Stand in faith. The tough time may have taught you to survive, but this new season is going to teach you to thrive. And thriving in God's presence means living without fear of the next battle, without waiting for the next disappointment. It means you begin to breathe with ease again. You laugh again, not nervously but freely. You love again, not cautiously but fully. That's what God is giving back to you. Life and life more abundantly. There is a holy wind blowing now. Can you feel it? It is carrying you forward. You are not walking alone. You are not hoping blindly. You are moving in the rhythm of God's promise. And that promise is that He will complete what He started. That He will uphold you with His hand. That He will lead you into green pastures, even if all you've known are valleys. The ground may still be wet with your tears, but flowers are blooming from the soil. Joy is rising from your sorrow. Peace is being poured into every cracked place of your spirit. God is turning mourning into dancing, not in theory, but in truth. Your life is about to sing a new song, not written by pain, but by promise. So lift up your head, straighten your spine, roll your shoulders back, and stand tall. Not because of pride, but because of confidence in the one who never failed you. If he brought you out, it's because he's not done showing off his power in your life. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are favored, chosen, called, and your assignment didn't end in the fire. It began there. This is not the end of your story. It's the start of a new volume. And every page from this point forward will be marked by evidence of God's hand. The tough time was real, but the breakthrough is even more real. It has weight, it has glory, and it has your name on it. You are walking out of the fire, not empty-handed, but carrying the spoils of victory. You're stepping out not as a victim, but as a vessel. God is about to display through you what endurance produces. He's about to make a public spectacle of the enemy's failure. The very trial that was meant to take you out has become the proof that God still delivers, that He still reigns, that He still lifts the lowly and exalts the humble. Your life will be a banner that shouts to the world, God still speaks, God still heals, God still answers prayer. You've been quiet long enough. Now it's time to testify not with mere words, but with the undeniable evidence of a life transformed. And now, as you stand at the threshold of a divine turning point, let this truth settle deep within your spirit. God has declared the end of your tough time, and heaven has responded. What was meant to break you has only made you bolder. What tried to silence you has only strengthened your voice. The season of suffering has fulfilled its purpose. And now, by the authority of God's Word, you are being released into restoration. This is not merely relief, it is restoration. It is not only an escape, it is an ascension. You are not stepping away empty-handed. You are stepping forward wiser, stronger, with vision sharpened and covered in grace. Glance back only to witness how far God has carried you. Lift your eyes ahead, knowing the path before you is divinely secured. The doors opening in your future are not coincidence. They are divine assignments. The peace flooding your soul is not fleeting. It is everlasting. You will no longer move in survival mode. You will walk in holy purpose. God is not only shifting your situation, He is transforming you. This is your appointed time to rise, not by your own might, but with full confidence that God has already gone before you. What once brought pain will become your testimony. What once weighed you down will feel light in the presence of the Almighty. The battle is finished. A new chapter has begun. God has declared it, and it stands firm. You may be pacing the floor, whispering desperate prayers through clenched teeth, eyes fixed on the clock, wondering when your breakthrough will finally appear. You've wept in secret, worn a smile in public, and fought battles no one else has ever noticed. But listen closely today. God sees every struggle. He hears every cry. He is never late, and He has not forgotten you. The dreams you carry, the desires hidden deep within your soul, are already etched into the divine design of your life. They are coming. They are on the way, but not according to your timetable, according to His. Some of you walk daily with anxiety pressing against your chest, wondering if your turn will ever come. Will peace ever be mine? Will freedom ever come? Will success ever find me? Will the loneliness ever end? But I bring you a word from heaven. What you are longing for is already in motion. Doors are aligning. The right people are being positioned. The road ahead is being cleared. God is orchestrating it all behind the scenes. Even when the stage of your life seems empty, don't mistake God's silence for His absence. He's not ignoring you. He's preparing you. Because if He gave you everything you wanted right now, you might not be able to carry it. You might misuse it. You might lose it. So God, in His divine wisdom, delays the blessing until you are shaped enough to hold it with gratitude, with strength, and with purpose. Let me tell you something that your soul needs to hear. You don't have to force open what God has already promised to open. You don't have to chase people. You don't have to manipulate your way into rooms. You don't have to stress your way into success. You don't have to cry yourself into acceptance. If God has written it for you, it will find you. It will reach you. It will cling to you like destiny itself. Some of you are exhausted, not just physically, but spiritually. You are tired of pretending, tired of waiting, tired of trying to hold it all together. But I want to speak life into you right now. God is not looking for your perfection. He's looking for your surrender. He's not asking you to carry the weight of the world. He's asking you to release your grip, to breathe, to trust, to relax, because what is meant for you cannot be taken, delayed, or denied, not when God has spoken it. You see, in this world, we've been taught that everything good must be chased, that we must hustle, push, compete. But God's way is different. God doesn't operate on chaos. He operates on peace. God leads through calmness, not confusion. When God is in control, you don't have to scream to be heard. You don't have to fight to be seen. When God is in control, you don't have to scream to be heard. You don't have to fight to be seen. When God has authored your story, no one can rewrite it. No enemy can steal it. No delay can destroy it. There's something powerful that happens when you relax in faith. When you stop begging and start believing. When you stop forcing and start flowing. When you stop doubting and start resting in the promises of God. Because when you align your heart with trust, the universe around you begins to shift. Doors that were shut begin to creak open. Opportunities that passed you by suddenly circle back. People that ignored you start to notice. Not because you changed, but because your spirit finally stepped into alignment with God's timing. Let me tell you this. Sometimes God will withhold a thing just long enough to prove that your identity is not found in it. That your value doesn't come from the thing you want, but from the one who made you. And when He sees that you are no longer desperate for the blessing, but anchored in the blesser, then and only then does He open the gates and pour out what you're ready to receive. So many of us think the waiting means denial. But waiting is not a punishment. It's preparation. Just like a seed that is buried in darkness, unseen beneath the soil, your dreams are germinating even in silence. And at the right time, not your neighbor's time, but God's perfect time, it will burst through the ground and blossom into something greater than you could have ever imagined. But you must not rush the soil. You must not dig it up to check if it's growing. You must rest, knowing the process is working. That job you lost, it wasn't a loss. It was redirection. That relationship that ended, it didn't destroy you. It protected you. That opportunity that passed you by, it wasn't for you. Because God only withholds to prepare. He only delays to strengthen. He only closes doors to lead you to better ones. But if you keep panicking, you'll miss the peace. If you keep doubting, you'll miss the blessing. If you keep rushing, you'll end up in places you were never meant to be. Relax, child of God. You will get what you want, but not before God has prepared your character to carry it. The promise is not just about receiving, it's about becoming. Because God is not just interested in giving you things. He's interested in growing you through things. And sometimes the very waiting you hate is the training your soul needs. You've got to stop comparing your timing with someone else's. Stop scrolling through social media thinking you're behind. You're not behind. You're not late. You are exactly where God needs you to be for this chapter of your life. The pain has purpose. The delay has direction. The confusion has correction. And the waiting has weight. It builds something in you that instant success never could. Think about it. When the sun rises, it doesn't rush. It rises with calmness, with authority. It stretches over the earth like a quiet promise. That's how your blessing will come. Not in panic, not in fear, but in quiet power. God doesn't bless you through anxiety. He blesses you through assurance. You see, anxiety is the enemy's tool to choke your trust in God, to make you believe that if it hasn't happened yet, it never will. But God didn't bring you this far to abandon you. He didn't shape your character through all those trials to leave you empty-handed. If He led you through the fire, it's because there's gold in you. And gold must go through fire to shine. So, breathe. Let go of the tension in your shoulders. Stop rehearsing the worst-case scenarios in your mind. God is not finished. You are still under construction. The storm is not the end. It's just the setup for the calm that's coming. What you're praying for is already on its way. But can God trust you to rest while it's coming? Faith isn't just about believing for miracles. It's about walking in peace while you wait. It's about smiling in the storm, praising in the hallway, trusting in the unknown. That's where your strength is proven. Not in how loud you pray, but in how deep your peace runs when nothing around you makes sense. God is teaching you something in the silence. He's showing you how to rest, not in circumstances, but in His sovereignty. He's pulling you out of performance-based faith and into presence-based trust. Because you don't have to earn what God has already promised. You just have to prepare. Some of you are asking, but how do I relax when everything feels like it's falling apart? You relax by remembering who holds it all together. You relax by speaking truth into your fear. You relax by shutting out the noise of the world and tuning into the whisper of God that says, I've got you. You're not forgotten. Your prayers are heard. Your tears are seen. Your desires are not ignored. And even if you've made mistakes, even if you've failed, stumbled, doubted, God doesn't cancel your blessing because of your weakness. He works through it. He shapes it. He redeems it. He uses the cracks in your life to let His light shine through. Because the blessing is not based on your perfection. It's based on God's plan. You see, when God is writing your story, delays are not denials. They are divine pauses. You may think that everything is going wrong, but sometimes God is removing what you thought you needed to give you what your soul truly longs for, not what your flesh wants, but what your spirit craves. God knows the difference between what looks good and what is good. And sometimes God's greatest mercy is not in what He gives, but in what He withholds. Because the gifts that come from God come without sorrow. They come in peace, with clarity, and with lasting purpose. There are moments when you feel abandoned, isolated, and unseen. But that is exactly where the deepest faith is born. It's in the shadows that your character is forged. It's in the stillness that your trust is tested. And it's in the quiet chambers of waiting where your soul learns to lean not on your own understanding, but on God's infinite wisdom. When you relax, not in laziness, but in surrender, you position yourself to receive what no human effort could ever achieve. Because what God builds, no one can tear down. And what God opens, no one can shut. You're not being punished, by the way. You're being preserved. Preserved from wrong people, wrong timing, and wrong decisions. Because what good is a blessing if it arrives before you're ready? What good is a promotion if your foundation is still shaking? What good is a relationship if your identity isn't rooted in God yet? God knows how to protect you from yourself. He knows when to say yes, and He knows when to hold back, not because He's cruel, but because He is wise. If only you could see what God has already protected you from, you'd fall to your knees in gratitude. The opportunities you thought you lost were never meant to elevate you. They would have broken you. The people who left were not meant to go where you were going. The doors that slammed shut were not rejection. They were redirection. Because when God closes one path, it's because there's a better one He has ordained. And you, child of God, are being led by divine hands. Not chance, not fate, but purposeful, sovereign hands that see the end from the beginning. So relax. Stop thinking you are behind. Stop thinking time is slipping through your fingers. Time belongs to God. And when you walk with God, you are never out of season. He can accelerate your destiny in a moment. He can restore lost years in a breath. He can do in one day what human efforts couldn't accomplish in a decade. But He's not looking at your timeline. He's looking at your trust. Can you trust God when there's no visible sign? Can you walk with confidence when there's no confirmation? Can you sleep at night knowing the answer hasn't arrived, but the author is still writing? Listen to me. Desperation doesn't move God. Faith does. God responds to the heart that says, even if I don't see it yet, I believe you're working. That's when the atmosphere shifts. That's when chains fall. That's when provision comes. Not because you begged for it, but because you believed for it. There's a peace that surpasses logic. When you truly believe that God is in control, you start to walk differently, talk differently. You don't compete. You don't chase. You wait, you rest, you prepare. And preparation is never passive. Preparation is obedience in the quiet. It's showing up even when nothing is moving. It's doing the small things with excellence while you wait for the big thing. It's trusting that even the mundane is sacred when done in faith. That's what separates the anxious from the anchored. The understanding that the waiting room is not wasted time. It's the workshop of destiny. It's where God shapes your patience, molds your attitude, and refines your intentions. Many cry out, God, when will you do it? But the deeper question is, God, what are you doing in me while I wait? Because every promise has a process. Every dream has a desert. Every breakthrough has a battle. And God is not just trying to get you to the blessing. He's trying to make sure you don't lose your soul when you get it. So if you're in a waiting season, thank God. That means He's still preparing you. That means He's still preparing you. That means you're too important to be rushed. God doesn't use shortcuts. He uses seasons. He doesn't bless panic. He blesses patience. And when your heart is aligned with His timing, you begin to understand that what you desire isn't being denied. It's being refined. God is shaping the blessing so that when it arrives, it fits perfectly into the life He designed for you. Look around. The chaos of the world will try to convince you that you must run faster, fight harder, and strive endlessly. But that's not God's way. God's way is steady. God's way is rooted. God's way is peace in the storm, clarity in confusion, joy in the waiting. And when you walk with God, you walk with assurance, even if you don't have all the answers. Don't you know God does His best work in silence? The roots grow underground before the fruit appears. The foundation is laid in private before the structure is seen in public. And the greatest transformations are often invisible to the eye. So don't be discouraged if no one sees your progress yet. Don't be dismayed if your success hasn't manifested. God sees it. God knows it. And when the time is right, He will make it known. But until then, walk in peace. Breathe deep. Worship while you wait. Speak life over your days. Instead of saying it hasn't happened, begin to say it's on the way. Instead of saying I'm tired of waiting, begin to declare I'm being prepared. That shift in your words is a shift in your spirit. And that's where transformation begins. Not in the external, but in the internal realm where your faith connects with God's plan. And hear this clearly. No amount of worrying will make it happen faster. You can worry yourself sick and it still won't change what God is doing. But one moment of peace, one moment of surrender can open doors you couldn't have pried open in your strength. There's a rhythm to God's timing. And once you learn to flow in that rhythm, you no longer fear missing out because you know that what is meant for you won't miss you. You must let go of the illusion of control. Let go of the fear that you're not enough. Let go of the panic that you'll be left behind. God doesn't operate through fear. He operates through purpose. And your purpose is still intact. Even if the path looks unclear, relax. Not because it's easy, but because God is trustworthy. Relax, not because the situation is light, but because your burden is being carried by the one who has never failed. And I say to you again, do not let your heart be troubled by the timing of things. God's ways are not our ways, and His timing is not our clock. When you place your full trust in God, you surrender the illusion of control and step into the river of His will, which flows with precision and purpose. You may not understand why certain things are taking longer than expected, why certain doors remain closed, or why silence fills your prayers. But understand this, delay is not neglect. Silence is not abandonment. When God seems still, He is often working the most. God is not reacting. He is orchestrating. He is not figuring things out as they go. He already knows the end from the beginning. And when God moves, He moves in fullness. You do not serve a God of half measures. You serve the one who gives good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. But in order to receive that abundance, you must first be positioned by trust. You must unclench your fists, release your anxieties, and let peace be your posture. That is the language God responds to, faith in stillness. Your weariness does not go unnoticed. Your silent tears are seen by the one who created your soul. You've been fighting battles that no one understands, carrying burdens that no one can see, but God knows. And not one moment of pain will be wasted. Not 1 second of your waiting will be empty. For every sleepless night, God is storing up a harvest of peace. For every denied request, He is preparing a better yes. For every lonely moment, He is writing a story of deeper intimacy between you and Him. So hold your ground in the stillness. Don't move out of panic. Don't compromise your principles because the path seems slow. When you trust God, you begin to see that what you are waiting for is not just about an outcome. It's about shaping who you are in the process. This is not punishment. This is divine craftsmanship. You are being carved, refined, and shaped into a vessel that can carry not just blessing, but legacy, wisdom, and divine authority. Some of the greatest gifts from God come wrapped in patience. Let your spirit be settled in this truth. Everything meant for you is already under God's command. You do not have to chase what's yours. You only need to walk faithfully and stay connected to God's guidance. He will bring the right opportunity at the right time. He will align the right voices, the right relationships, the right breakthrough. And when it comes, you will not have to fight to keep it. Because what God gives, no man can take away. That is the difference between worldly striving and godly waiting. One is full of pressure, the other is full of peace. Some are striving for recognition, others are hungry for status. But the one who trusts God seeks alignment, not attention. You don't need the spotlight to validate your worth. You don't need applause to affirm your direction. When God's approval rests upon you, it outweighs every human opinion. Your assignment is not to be famous, but to be faithful. Fame fades. Trends change. But a life rooted in God's will stands unshaken through the storms. You must understand this. The weight of your desire reveals the magnitude of your destiny. If the weight feels heavy, it's because the promise is great. Don't curse the heaviness. Don't despise the longing. That longing is your spirit recognizing the greatness that is coming. But it will not come through fear. It will not come through anxious striving. It will come through surrender, through reverence, through your unwavering belief that God's hand is mighty to save, mighty to provide, and mighty to deliver exactly when it is best for you. Stop looking at what others have and wondering why it hasn't happened for you yet. Their path is not your path. Their season is not your season. What God is doing in your life is tailor-made, uniquely crafted, and perfectly timed. Do not insult the craftsmanship of God by comparing your story with someone else's chapter. You don't know what they had to go through. You don't know the battles they faced, and they don't know the glory that's coming in your life. Keep your eyes on your own journey. Focus not on speed, but on surrender. Your trials are not proof that God is harsh. They are proof that He trusts you. He trusts you to walk by faith. He trusts you to believe in what your eyes cannot yet see. He trusts you to speak words of life even when your world feels lifeless. You may not notice the fruit now, but the roots are digging deeper. And when the roots are strong, the harvest is guaranteed. A pause in the fruit does not signal the seed has died, and it means the foundation is being strengthened. God is shaping you in hidden places. So rejoice even when you cannot see. Lift your praise in the quiet seasons. Celebrate what is coming even if your hands are still waiting to hold it. Because praise like this unsettles the enemy. Peace like this silences fear. And trust like this makes mountains move. Be at ease. What you long for will not come by force, but by faith. It won't arrive through worry, but through worship. Not by manipulation, but by maturity. Remember, there is nothing impossible for God. No distance is too far for His hand. No obstacle too great, no heart too closed, no problem too difficult for Him. And if it has taken long, then trust that God is using that time to make it last. Some blessings come fast and fade fast, but the ones that are deeply rooted, those come with time, but they endure. They transform you from the inside out. They don't just satisfy your desire, they expand your capacity. God isn't just trying to bless you, He's trying to build something through you that speaks for generations. He's preparing you to be the answer to someone else's prayer. He's preparing you to carry not just wealth, but wisdom, not just influence, but integrity. And when the moment comes when what you've longed for finally arrives, you'll look back and say, it was worth every second. God was wise to wait. So, relax. You will not miss your moment. You will not miss your blessing. What God has ordained, no hand can block, no delay can cancel, no enemy can dismantle. And while you wait, let your faith be your anchor. Let your peace be your weapon. Let your worship be your shield. You are not at the mercy of the world. You are under the watch of God, and He does not sleep. He does not falter. He does not forget. This is your season to rest while God works. This is your time to breathe again, to smile again, to trust again. The weight you've carried is being lifted. The fear you've tolerated is being broken. The uncertainty you've endured is being transformed into unshakable confidence. Because God is not done with you. God is just beginning. And the best part is you don't have to figure it all out. You only have to walk in obedience, stand in faith, and wait in peace. So do not be discouraged by what you don't yet see. Celebrate what you know is coming. Declare it, believe it, live like it. Because when you align yourself with God's will, the heavens move in your favor. The earth shifts to make room for your destiny. And what once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. Let your trust be louder than your fear. Let your calmness be stronger than your worry. Let your heart rest in the truth that God is faithful. Not sometimes, but always. Not partially, but completely. And He is not a God of confusion. He is the God of clarity, of order, of divine alignment. Relax. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are not failing. You are being led strategically, lovingly, and powerfully by the hand of God. What you want is not out of reach. It is in God's hand, and if you stay faithful, stay patient, and stay surrendered, it will reach you. You must understand there is no force more powerful than the timing of God. His timing is flawless. His process is intentional, and His silence is not indifference. It is instruction. When God withholds, He is teaching you where to place your dependency. When God delays, He is deepening your discernment. You are not being ignored. You are being groomed. The very waiting that feels like punishment is the sacred hallway to your next elevation. In your patience, God is building something holy in you, something that cannot be shaken by people's opinions or life storms. We are often tempted to ask, when will I see the answer? When will the season change? But the deeper question is, how God can I honor you while I wait? Because those who learn to honor God in the waiting are the ones He trusts with greater things. If your faith is only alive when things are going your way, then it's not yet anchored in truth. But when your heart still praises, when your hands still serve, when your spirit still believes despite delay, that is when your trust becomes a weapon. That is when your faith moves mountains. God doesn't want you restless in the waiting. He wants you rooted. He doesn't want you agitated. He wants you aligned. Your peace is not weakness. It's strength. Because anyone can panic when things are uncertain, but it takes spiritual maturity to be still and know that God is in control. That stillness doesn't come from pretending everything is fine. It comes from knowing that even if it's not, God still reigns. He still governs every detail, and the final word always belongs to Him. Some people will misunderstand your peace. They'll wonder how you can be so calm when things look chaotic. They'll wonder how you can keep going when it seems like nothing is changing. But they don't know that your soul is no longer anchored in outcomes. It's anchored in God. You're no longer moved by appearances. You're no longer shaken by delays. Because you've tasted the truth that when God moves, He moves completely. When God acts, He acts fully. And when God opens a door, nothing and no one can close it. There is a maturity that comes only through waiting, a strength that is birthed in silence, a confidence that rises from stillness. God doesn't just want to give you what you want. He wants you to become someone who can carry it with grace and honor. So if it's taking time, it's because what's forming in you is greater than what's forming around you. Don't curse this season. Don't resist it. Embrace it as sacred. Every day of waiting is a day of preparation. Every moment of surrender is a moment of shaping. God is doing something deep, and it requires your full trust. Do not look for shortcuts. Do not look for the easy path, because shortcuts often lead to shallow places, and shallow roots cannot sustain deep blessings. God doesn't want to give you something you can't maintain. He's more interested in your foundation than your decoration. What looks like delay is actually divine reinforcement, so that when the blessing comes, it will not crush you. It will lift you. It will not be a burden. It will be a testimony. You must learn to protect your peace in the process. The enemy wants to disturb your soul with doubt, confusion, and fear. But you have the authority to silence those voices. You have the authority to guard your mind, to speak life, and to declare truth over your situation. Don't let anxiety be your guide. Let assurance be your compass. Don't let emotions make your decisions. Let wisdom rooted in God lead the way. And even if others receive what you're praying for before you do, don't let comparison kill your contentment. What God gives to someone else doesn't diminish what He has for you. Their blessing is not your loss. Their open door is not your rejection. Celebrate them, bless them, and then keep walking, knowing that your door will open too in your appointed time. Envy is a distraction, but gratitude sharpens your focus. You don't have to manipulate anything to make it happen. If God has called it yours, you will not have to beg for it. You will not have to chase it down. It will come with grace, not with grief. It will come with peace, not with pressure. It will come in a way that honors God, not compromises your integrity. If you must lose your values to gain something, it is not from God. But if you gain it while keeping your peace, your truth, and your dignity, that is the fingerprint of God. God doesn't operate through desperation. He operates through devotion. The more you focus on Him, the less you will need to prove yourself to the world. The more you worship, the less you will worry. The more you lean into His plan, the more you'll release your own. And when you do that, your heart will stop asking, "Why hasn't it happened yet?" and start saying, "God, I trust your timing even when I don't understand it." That shift is everything. It's the difference between surviving the wait and thriving in the wait. And when you thrive in the wait, you become the kind of person who can handle what you've been praying for. Because the blessing is not just in the result, it's in the becoming. What God is doing in you is preparing you to become a steward of the very thing you've been asking for. So don't just prepare your hands to receive, prepare your heart to carry. And let me say this to the one who feels forgotten. God has not forgotten you. Even when people overlook you, even when opportunities pass you by, even when doors close in your face, God still sees you. And when He sees you, He sees the full picture. Not just who you are now, but who you are becoming. Not just what you need now, but what your future demands. And He is working it out step by step, moment by moment. The blessing that is coming will be bigger than your worry, deeper than your fear, and more powerful than your pain. But you must not give up now. You must not abort the process just because the wait is uncomfortable. You must not trade the promise for something quicker and cheaper. Hold your ground, keep your peace, strengthen your spirit, and stay surrendered. Relax not because everything makes sense, but because God never makes a mistake. Relax not because the journey is easy, but because God walks every step with you. Relax because what is meant for you is secured by God Himself. And in the right time, in the right way, for the right reason, it will manifest. Not through fear, not through force, but through faith. So lift your head, settle your soul, breathe deeply, and walk forward with assurance. God has never failed you, and go. And He won't start now. What you desire, if it is good and right, is already being arranged in the unseen. So let peace be your position. Let faith be your anchor. Let trust be your testimony. You will get what you want when your heart is fully aligned with what God knows is best. And when that moment comes, you'll understand why the wait was not a setback, but a sacred preparation for something far greater than you imagined. And I say unto you again, relax, not because you figured it all out, but because God has already gone before you. Long before you faced the mountain, God had already carved a path through it. Long before the storm reached your life, God had already prepared your shelter. And long before you uttered the prayer in your heart, God had already recorded the answer in His divine design. There is nothing random about your life, nothing accidental. You are not drifting through this world. You are being guided step by step, breath by breath, by the master planner who sees all, knows all, and controls all. So many chase what they think they need, exhausting themselves in pursuit of shadows. But when you are rooted in God, you don't chase. You attract. You attract what is aligned. You attract what has been assigned. You draw near what was already destined. And how do you attract it? Not through striving, but through surrender. Not through panic, but through peace. Not through force, but through faith. Because it is not the loudest voice that moves the heavens. It is the most trusting heart. God does not ask for your perfection. He asks for your trust. That even in the absence of evidence, you still believe. That even when it feels like the night will never end, you still rise and bless His name. That even when your hands are empty, your heart remains full of praise. This is the kind of faith that unlocks heaven's best. This is the kind of posture that pulls breakthrough into your reality. Many want the results of faith without the endurance of trust. But true faith holds on when the feelings fade. True faith says, even if I see nothing, I know God is doing something. Because faith is not about seeing, it's about knowing. And what you know must be greater than what you feel. Your feelings will fluctuate. Your circumstances will shift. But God is the same. Unchanging, unwavering, unstoppable. And I must tell you this, your current condition does not cancel your divine calling. Just because you're in a season of waiting does not mean you are in a season of wasting. God uses every second. He uses silence to sharpen your hearing. He uses stillness to stabilize your walk. He uses closed doors to build discernment. Nothing is meaningless when God is in it. Every delay is loaded with design. Every delay is loaded with design. Every interruption is charged with intention. You are not being buried. You are being planted. And if you stay buried in faith, you will rise in due season with fruit that speaks of the glory of God. Let that settle in your spirit. Let that water your soul. Because if you truly knew how much was being arranged behind the scenes, your only response would be worship. If you could see the divine blueprint being written for your life, you wouldn't question the timing. You would praise in anticipation. But God is not obligated to show you the entire map. He gives you light for the next step. That's how trust is built. Not by knowing everything, but by trusting in the one who does. And when you walk by that kind of trust, your confidence no longer comes from outcomes, but from obedience. You say, whether it happens now or later, I trust that God knows the right time, the right place, and the right way. That kind of trust creates a quiet strength that nothing and no one can shake. Stop measuring your progress by what the world celebrates. God is not building you for applause. He is building you for purpose. He is not grooming you for popularity. He is shaping you for power. And that shaping often happens in solitude, in struggle, in silence. So don't despise the hidden seasons. Don't curse the invisible work. God does His deepest work in places that others never see. You may not be where you want to be, but you are exactly where God wants to meet you. You may not feel qualified, but God has already marked you. You may not have the resources yet, but God is the source. Everything you need is already in His hand. Your provision, your healing, your breakthrough, your open door. It is not found in hustle, but in holiness. It is not found in pressure, but in posture. A posture of surrender, a posture of peace, a posture of surrender, a posture of peace. A posture that says, God, I may not see it, but I still trust you. And that trust, beloved, becomes your weapon. When others are panicking, you'll be standing. When the winds rage, you'll be rooted. When people give up, you'll endure. Because your foundation is not built on changing seasons. It is built on the eternal presence of God who never changes. And that presence will carry you when your strength fails. It will sustain you when your hope flickers. It will uphold you when everything around you feels like sinking sand. Let this be your declaration. I will not let fear make decisions for me. I will not let doubt define my destiny. I will not let impatience push me outside of God's will. That's how you win. That's how you stay in alignment. That's how you protect what God is doing in your life. Because there is nothing more dangerous than stepping outside of divine timing. What comes prematurely can crush what God meant to bless. So if He says wait, then wait with confidence. If He says not yet, then worship with joy. Because every not yet from God is filled with purpose. It's not a rejection. It's a refinement. He's removing what doesn't belong. He's strengthening what is weak. He's reinforcing your spirit. He's stretching your faith. And when the fullness of time arrives, you will not only receive the promise, you will be ready for it. And that readiness will speak volumes. It will be evident that you didn't just stumble into the blessing. You were shaped for it, prepared for it, tried by fire, and found faithful. And all those nights you cried, all those moments you doubted, all those times you almost gave up, they will turn into testimonies of how God was always working, always watching, always weaving everything together for your good. So I tell you again, not as a suggestion, but as a charge from heaven. Relax. Let your soul return to rest. Let your spirit settle in truth. You will get what you want, but even greater, you will get what God wants for you. And what He wants for you far outweighs anything you could have imagined. He is not limited by human timelines. He is not confined by your environment. He speaks and it is. He wills and it becomes. You are closer than you think. You are stronger than you feel. You are more prepared than you know because God has been working on you the entire time. Even in the waiting, even in the silence, and even in the pain, He has been working. And He will not stop until His purpose is fulfilled. So lift up your head, quiet your mind, still your anxious thoughts, and rest in this truth. What is yours? What has been written by the hand of God will not pass you by. And when it comes, it will come wrapped in peace, sealed in purpose, and filled with glory. Stay faithful, stay humble, stay ready, relax. God is not finished, and the best is yet to come. So now let this truth settle deep within your spirit. God has not forgotten you. God has not overlooked your prayers nor ignored your tears. Every silent cry, every whispered plea, every moment you felt like giving up, He saw it all. And not a single second of it was wasted. You may have thought you were being delayed, but in truth, you were being developed. You may have felt forgotten, but in reality, you were being favored. Because the blessing that is shaped by God's own hand does not arrive early, and it never comes late. It comes right on time. And when it arrives, you will know it wasn't luck. It wasn't coincidence. It wasn't the work of man. It was the unfolding of God's perfect will. You'll stand in awe, not just because you received what you wanted, but because you'll see how every struggle shaped you, every detour directed you, and every disappointment disciplined you. For this very moment, God was never trying to harm you. He was preparing you for more than you asked for, preparing you for what eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and hearts have not yet conceived. So walk away from worry, detach yourself from the lies of fear, silence the voices that tell you it's too late, that you're not enough, that it's never going to happen. Those voices don't speak truth. They speak limitations. And God is not limited. He is limitless. He is mighty. He is faithful. If God Himself placed that longing within your heart, then He has already prepared its fulfillment in your destiny. There is no need to run after what has already been promised to you. There is no reason to fear what rests securely in His hands. Your part is simple: trust. And in that trust, find rest. Inhale peace. Carry a smile of expectation. Step forward with courage. Speak words full of assurance. For walking with God means walking in victory. Long before triumph is visible, peace will already be with you. Even as the promise is still unfolding, remain calm. Every good thing that is right for you, that aligns with truth, and that belongs in God's perfect design for your life will come at the appointed time. And when it does arrive, you will see it was never just an answered prayer. It will be a revelation, a holy reminder that God has never overlooked you and never will. So trust Him, honor Him, wait patiently for Him, and rest knowing your blessing is already on its way. There's a reason the Lord commands us to guard our heart. because from the heart flows the very source of life. When emotions are left unprotected, they become open doors where chaos can freely enter. Anger ushers in ruin. Jealousy breeds bitterness. Fear welcomes doubt. An unrestrained sorrow can drag the soul into the depths of despair. But when emotions are laid at God's feet, He takes His place as the guardian of your inner being. He defends your heart like a mighty fortress, shielding it from overreaction, deception, and emotional sabotage. Make no mistake, your feelings are not always truthful. They can mislead. They often speak from unhealed wounds, from disappointments that still ache, from expectations that were never met. And if you listen to every emotion as though it were truth, you will drift far from God's plan and closer to the cliffs of regret. Hear this. Not every feeling deserves to be followed. Not every tear needs to fall publicly. Not every opinion needs to be voiced. Real maturity is when you pause long enough to ask, is this emotion leading me toward God or away from Him? That is the question that separates the wise from the impulsive. That is the question that builds legacies instead of ruins them. Because controlling your emotions isn't about pretending you feel nothing. It's about knowing how to respond when everything in you is trembling. And God honors the one who chooses discipline over disaster. He honors the one who says, yes, I feel broken, but I will not lash out. Yes, I feel offended, but I will not destroy with my words. Yes, I am afraid, but I will not let fear be my master. This is not weakness. This is the highest form of strength, a strength that flows not from muscles or might, but from submission to the will of God. And do not think for 1 second that God is silent in your moments of emotional turmoil. No, He is closest when the storm inside you rages the loudest. He is watching, waiting, whispering, let me take this from you. Let me quiet the fire. Let me give you my peace. But the problem is many of us run to everything else before we run to God. We run to distractions, to validation, to venting, to bitterness, to revenge. And when these things fail to heal us, we collapse wondering why peace won't come. Peace only comes when you go to the source of it. And God is not just the creator of peace. He is peace. You cannot find calmness if you keep feeding your emotions with chaos. You cannot find clarity if you are drowning your mind in noise. You cannot be free if you are always reacting. So stop reacting and start reflecting. Before you speak, reflect. Before you post, reflect. Before you accuse, reflect before you accuse. Reflect. Before you accuse, reflect. Before you explode, reflect. And in that moment of reflection, invite God into the decision. Because when God enters that moment, He gives you perspective. He shows you the end from the beginning. He reminds you that this feeling, this anger, this fear, this sadness is temporary. But the damage it can cause may not be. So choose restraint. Choose stillness. Choose to pause not because you're weak, but because you are led by something higher than emotion. You are led by divine wisdom. You are guided by the one who sees beyond the now. And what a gift it is to not be controlled by how you feel, but to be led by what you know. That God is greater than your storm. That God is stronger than your struggle. That God's voice is more powerful than your emotion. If you trust Him, truly trust Him, then your emotions become a tool, not a trap. They can be used to serve you, not sabotage you. Anger can become holy boldness. Sadness can turn into compassion. Fear can become reverence, but only when surrendered to God. Left to yourself, your emotions will use you. But under God's authority, they will serve you. That is the difference between bondage and freedom. That is the difference between chaos and purpose. And every day you must choose, will I be led by fleeting emotion, or will I be anchored in eternal truth? There is a sacred strength in silence, an inner power and restraint that the world often mocks, but God honors. In a culture where people are applauded for speaking first and thinking later, where every offense must be answered, every emotion expressed, and every slight avenged, the one who chooses stillness is seen as weak. But in truth, it is far more powerful to hold your peace than to lose your temper. God never created you to be reactive like a leaf tossed by the wind. You were created to be rooted like a tree planted by the waters, unshaken, unmoved, steady. Emotions come and go like storms, but your faith must be constant. And that constancy can only come when you hand your emotions over to the one who knows the depths of your soul. He knows why you feel the way you feel. He sees the history behind your triggers. He sees the childhood pain that fuels your anger, the hidden rejection that drives your insecurity, the silent fears that tighten your chest in the dark. But even with all that, He still calls you to rise above it. He does not excuse you based on your wounds. He calls you to healing so you are no longer bound by them. And that healing begins when you say, God, I don't want to be a prisoner of my emotions anymore. I don't want to destroy relationships because I couldn't hold my tongue. I don't want to damage my future because I couldn't process my past. That kind of surrender, raw, real, unfiltered, is where true emotional control is born. Because God does not give you surface-level peace. He works from the inside out. He transforms your heart, renews your mind, strengthens your will, and teaches you how to walk in patience even when everything in you wants to run wild. The world will keep telling you to express yourself, but not everything in you is worth expressing. Some thoughts were never meant to see the light. Some feelings were only meant to be laid down before God in secret. Because if you keep pouring your emotions out on everyone around you, you'll start bleeding on people who didn't cut you. That's not healing. That's harm. God says, come to Him with your emotions, not just your actions. Come to Him with your sadness, your rage, your confusion, your doubt, your shame. Lay it all down. Let Him sort it out. Let Him wash it in His wisdom. Because if you don't process your emotions with God, you will end up projecting them onto the world. You'll see enemies where there are none. You'll mistake correction for attack. You'll think God is silent when He's simply telling you to be still. Stillness is not punishment. It's protection. God is not asking you to suppress your emotions. He's asking you to surrender them. And when you do, you'll find that the fire of rage becomes a light of discernment, that the tears of sorrow become rivers of compassion, and that the winds of fear no longer carry you because God Himself becomes your anchor. And when God is your anchor, you can walk into the chaos of life and remain untouched by the waves. People can misunderstand you, mock you, attack you, and still you will not lose your peace. That is not natural. That is divine. That is the result of a soul mastered by God, not by fleeting feelings. Emotions are meant to be signals, not steering wheels. They can alert you, but they should never lead you. Only God should lead you. And when you let Him lead, even your emotions begin to align with His truth. Your heart begins to calm. Your reactions begin to change. The same people who once provoked you will lose their power over you. Why? Because God is now the one shaping your responses. And His responses are always filled with purpose, never impulsive. That is the true victory. When you no longer have to win arguments to feel in control. When you no longer have to shout to feel heard. When you no longer have to shout to feel heard. When you no longer need revenge to feel validated because God has filled you so deeply that the opinions of others no longer stir the storm. And even if the storm rages, it cannot enter your spirit. You have been sealed. You have been strengthened. You have been taught by the Most High how to rule your own soul. And that is something no person, no insult, no betrayal can take away from you. But understand this level of emotional strength does not come overnight. It is built, it is forged in the fires of daily surrender. It is practiced in the moments when you want to lose control but choose to pray instead. It is built when you want to lash out but choose to walk away. It is strengthened when you are tempted to speak in anger but choose to speak life instead. Every time you choose God over your emotion, you are building spiritual muscle. You are becoming unshakable. And that is what God wants for you. Not to be cold, not to be distant, but to be wise, disciplined, and strong. So that when the emotional waves rise, you are not tossed around like everyone else. You stand tall. You breathe deeply. You say nothing if God hasn't spoken. And in your silence, in your calm, in your self-control, people will see something in you they cannot explain. They will see the mark of God's authority resting on your spirit. And that, my friend, is how you rise. Not through emotional explosions, but through divine composure. The kind that only comes from walking daily with God. The world will tempt you daily to lose your emotional footing. You will be tested not once, not twice, but over and over again. Someone will say something sharp just to see if you bleed. Someone will push your buttons to see if you explode. Situations will arise to try to make you question your worth, your identity, your purpose. And in those moments, your emotions will rise like a wave. But hear this clearly. Just because the wave rises doesn't mean you have to drown in it. When you belong to God, you have authority over the wave. You have the right to say, "No, I will not lose myself today." You can feel the heat of anger without letting it consume you. You can acknowledge the sting of pain without becoming bitter. That is not emotional suppression. It is spiritual awareness. And too many people confuse surrender with silence. But silence alone is not power. Power comes when your silence is filled with purpose, when your restraint is grounded in God's strength, when your peace is not passive but active, guarding your spirit like a soldier at the gate. God does not call you to be a victim of your emotions. He calls you to master them. Not by might, not by pretending you feel nothing, but by constantly pouring every emotion back into His hands. Let Him mold it. Let Him filter it. Because your heart cannot lead you well if it's unhealed. Your thoughts cannot guide you if they are ruled by wounds. But when you spend time with God, when you pour out your frustrations, your confusions, your fears to Him in secret, He begins to clean the emotional lens through which you see the world. And suddenly, what once made you explode now makes you pause. What once made you retreat now makes you rise. This is the work of God, and it is not always loud. Sometimes it's in the quiet transformation of a soul that no longer bends to chaos. You start noticing it in the way you carry yourself, in the way you no longer explain yourself to everyone. You no longer react to every opinion, every criticism, every mood swing of others. Why? Because your spirit is now anchored in something deeper than emotion. It is anchored in God. and that anchor keeps you steady in storms that used to destroy you. Make no mistake, emotional maturity is not a personality trait. It is a spiritual weapon. When others lose their heads, you keep your crown. When others throw stones, you build bridges. Not because you are soft, but because God has taught you that peace is more powerful than vengeance. And He honors those who choose His way over their feelings. He lifts up those who humble their emotions and exalt His wisdom. And when you walk with that kind of strength, the world begins to take notice. People wonder how you stay so calm in the middle of chaos, how you smile when others are angry, how you remain respectful when disrespected. But what they don't see is the secret place. The hours you spent on your knees asking God to calm your heart, the private battles you fought to not give in to the rage, the silent tears you cried while asking God to give you the strength to keep your mouth shut, to walk away, to not lose control. That is where emotional power is born, in the place where no one is watching but God. And God sees. He sees every time you choose peace over war. He sees every time you choose understanding over reaction. And He rewards it not with applause, but with wisdom, with favor, with inner stability that no man can give and no man can take away. The ability to control your emotions is not weakness. It is alignment. Alignment with the will of God. Alignment with the character of God. You become a vessel through which peace flows into rooms filled with conflict. You become a calming presence in an agitated world. Not because you have no emotions, but because your emotions have been placed under divine management. That's the secret. Not to fight your feelings, but to guide them. To tell your anger you may knock, but you don't get to enter. To tell your sadness you may sit with me, but you will not define me. To tell your fear you may whisper, but I choose to trust God's voice instead. This is how you take back your life, one emotion at a time, brought into the light of God's truth. You are not unstable. You are not too broken. You are not too reactive. You are simply a soul that needs to return to its center. God, let Him be your compass. Let Him be your calm. And the next time your emotions rise like a flood, you'll know what to do. You'll go higher. You'll rise above. Because you've learned that the one who walks with God does not follow feelings. They follow purpose. And that purpose, when fueled by God's strength, will carry you through every test without losing the treasure of peace He placed inside you. When you understand that emotions are not your identity, everything begins to shift. You begin to see your anger not as a curse, but as a call to awareness. You begin to recognize that your fear is not the end of you. It's a signal to lean harder on God. Too often people let a temporary emotion define a permanent identity. They say, I am an angry person, or I'm just emotional, or that's just how I am. No, that is not how God designed you. That is how pain shaped you. That is how trauma trained you. But God never intended your emotions to be your master. He intended them to be your servants. When you allow your emotions to dictate your actions, you give them power they were never meant to have. But when you bring those emotions to God, you take back your authority. And hear me now. There is no emotion too dark, too heavy, too messy for God to handle. He already knows what you feel. He already knows what you're holding back. You don't need to filter yourself in His presence. He invites you to be real with Him so He can be real with you. When you say, God, I am overwhelmed. I am on the edge. I'm about to break. That is not weakness. That is wisdom. Because it takes spiritual maturity to admit you need divine help. And the moment you do, something begins to shift inside of you. God doesn't just take the emotion away. Sometimes He lets it stay so He can train you through it. Because the goal is not just peace in still waters. The goal is peace in the storm. Anybody can be calm when everything is going right. But emotional control is tested when nothing is going right. When the pressure is high, when the attacks come from every angle, and you still choose to respond with grace, with restraint, with dignity. That is where you grow. That is where God trains the warrior in you. And let me tell you, there is a warrior in you. Not a warrior of noise, but a warrior of wisdom. A warrior who knows when to speak and when to stay silent. A warrior who knows when to walk away and when to stand firm. Not every battle is worth your energy. Not every offense deserves your reply. Sometimes the greatest victory is your silence. Sometimes the most powerful weapon you have is peace. Because peace confuses the enemy. When the enemy expects you to explode and you stay calm, you shift the atmosphere. When others expect you to retaliate and you choose mercy, you disarm their control. That kind of power cannot be faked. It must be forged. And it is forged in the secret place where your emotions bow before God's authority and your reactions are filtered through His truth. But don't think for a moment that this process will always be easy. There will be days when you want to give in. Days when your emotions scream louder than your prayers. Days when you feel like you're slipping back into your old ways. And in those moments, you must remind yourself you are not who you used to be. You may feel the old emotions rising, but you don't have to let them rule you. You may feel the urge to snap, to vent, to explode, but you have a choice now. You have the wisdom of God planted deep inside you, and it is stronger than your impulses. Emotions are quick, they want resolution now. But God is patient. God works over time. And the more you trust Him with your emotional responses, the more your spirit becomes disciplined. Discipline doesn't mean you don't feel. It means you don't bow. It means you acknowledge the feeling but refuse to let it rule. And this kind of strength isn't always loud. Sometimes it's found in a whisper, in a breath, in the decision to say, God, take over. That quiet moment of surrender is more powerful than any outburst. Because in that moment, you're not just avoiding conflict. You're building character. You're laying the foundation for future peace. You're protecting the version of yourself that God is shaping. Because every time you choose emotional control, you are preserving your purpose. You are guarding your anointing. You are maintaining your clarity. And that clarity is priceless in a world drowning in confusion. When you see through God's eyes, you understand that not everything requires a reaction. Some things require prayer. Some things require distance. Some things require silence. That's not avoidance. It's alignment. And when you live in alignment with God, you begin to experience a freedom that no emotional chaos can destroy. You walk differently. You speak differently. You move through the fire without being burned, not because you're emotionless, but because your emotions are no longer your God. God is. And when He takes His rightful place in your heart, you will begin to experience a peace that surpasses understanding. A peace that cannot be shaken by betrayal, insult, or pain. Because God will not only calm the storm around you, He will calm the storm within you. And when that happens, you won't just survive life's challenges. You'll master them, one emotion at a time. Do not underestimate the damage that uncontrolled emotions can bring into your life. One word spoken in wrath can pierce deeper than a sword. One decision made in haste can open doors you were never meant to walk through. One moment of pride can shut out blessings God was preparing to pour over your life. You must understand, emotional control is not just about behaving better. It is about protecting your destiny. It is about building a spiritual shield around what God has placed inside you. Because when the enemy can't steal your faith, he'll come after your peace. He'll use frustration to poison your joy. He'll use offense to make you bitter. He'll use stress to make you impatient. And once you start reacting emotionally to everything, you become vulnerable, easy to manipulate, easy to offend, easy to derail. But when your emotions are governed by God, you become a different kind of person. You are no longer easily provoked. You don't jump at every insult. You don't lose sleep over every disagreement. You begin to live above the noise. And that is where God wants you. Above the noise, above the chaos, above the emotional drama of life. You may still feel it, but you are no longer ruled by it. This is not the result of positive thinking or personality. It is the result of spiritual transformation. When you spend time with God, when you consistently surrender your feelings to Him, He rewires how you think, how you perceive, how you respond. You begin to see life through a higher lens. And from that view, you no longer panic. You no longer rage. You no longer crumble. You understand that emotions are not enemies, but neither are they leaders. Emotions must take their rightful place beneath wisdom, beneath faith, beneath discernment. When feelings are surrendered to God's truth, they stop working against you and begin to work for your calling. Anger transforms into boldness. Grief becomes compassion. Even fear laid before the Lord shifts into holy reverence instead of panic. But this change isn't instant. It unfolds moment by moment every time you choose God's path over your own. When you declare, "I could lash out, but I won't. I could shout, but I'll stay quiet. I could hate, but I'll embrace peace." These decisions may appear small, but in the Spirit they are mighty victories. Each time you rise above your emotions, you mature. Each time you silence the urge to erupt, your strength multiplies. Each time you deny the flesh and say yes to God, you step into greater power than you held the day before. That kind of strength is uncommon. Yet it is real, and it belongs to those who live each day in surrender to the Lord. And perhaps one of the greatest lies ever told is that emotions are more authentic than faith. That how you feel should always be followed no matter the cost. But that's not truth. That's deception. Because your feelings, while real, are not always right. And if you allow them to take the lead, they will lead you into destruction. But when God becomes your center, He teaches you how to filter every emotion through His wisdom. He teaches you how to slow down, to breathe, to pause and reflect before you act. He teaches you how to become steady in an unsteady world. And let me tell you something. There is a deep holy strength in emotional steadiness. Not numbness, not denial, but spiritual control. A strength that keeps you from burning bridges that God built. A strength that keeps you from wounding those you love. A strength that preserves your relationships, your calling, your peace. Because not every battle is external. Many are internal. You may smile on the outside, but be at war on the inside. And if that war is not surrendered to God, it will eventually spill out and affect everything around you. That's why the battlefield of emotions must be taken seriously. That's why you must daily bring your soul before God and say, "Search me, clean me, reorder what's out of place." And God in His mercy will respond, not with shame, but with correction. Not with punishment, but with guidance. He will begin to show you why you feel what you feel. He will expose the roots of your reactions. He will peel back the layers of old wounds, pride, fear, and unmet needs. And as painful as that process may be, it is the path to freedom. Because when you understand the why behind your emotions, you are no longer trapped by them. You begin to heal. You begin to grow. You begin to see that your emotions were never the enemy, only the unmanaged parts of your soul that needed God's order. And once He brings that order, you become powerful. Not in noise, not in reaction, but in presence. You walk into situations that once overwhelmed you, and now you are unmoved. You face triggers that used to break you, and now you respond with wisdom. That is the work of God. That is the fruit of surrender. And that is what awaits every person who says, "God, teach me to master my emotions." Not with coldness, but with truth. Not with pride, but with purpose. Not for people's approval, but so I may fulfill the calling you placed over my life with clarity, courage, and peace. There is a kind of freedom that only comes when you no longer allow your emotions to lead your life. It is not the freedom the world talks about, the kind that chases every feeling and calls it truth. No, this is a deeper freedom. A freedom that comes when your emotions are placed under the authority of God and not the authority of your mood or your environment. You begin to see things differently. You begin to respond from wisdom instead of impulse. And that shift, that inner transformation, begins to create peace, not just around you, but within you. You no longer need to defend yourself every time you're misunderstood, because you know that God sees your heart. You no longer have to control every outcome, because you trust that God is working even when you don't see it. You no longer have to exhaust yourself trying to prove your point, because you have learned that some things are better handled in silence and prayer. You stop feeding arguments that were designed to pull you out of your peace. You stop fighting battles that God never assigned to you. You begin to let go, not because you're giving up, but because you are growing up. And spiritual growth looks like restraint. It looks like holding back when everything in you wants to retaliate. It looks like lifting your hands in prayer instead of using them to harm. It looks like crying in God's presence instead of screaming in someone else's face. That kind of emotional control is not weakness. It is strength at its highest form. It is the strength of a person who knows where their help comes from. It is the strength of someone who trusts that God will defend them, vindicate them, heal them, and fight for them. It is the power of one who no longer needs to be right to be at peace. Because peace is not found in victory over people. It is found in victory over your own spirit. And when you learn to master your emotions through God, you become unshakable. The world may shift, but you remain grounded more. People may disappoint you, but you remain stable because your reactions are no longer determined by others. They are anchored in your relationship with God. That kind of life is rare, but it is possible. And it begins when you say, "God, take control. Teach me to respond, not react. Teach me to reflect before I speak. Teach me to trust you more than I trust my own emotions." Because emotions, though real and powerful, were never meant to be the compass of your life. If you live by emotion, you will always be up one day and down the next, happy when things go well, crushed when they don't. But when God becomes your compass, even in your deepest feelings, you remain steady. You may still cry, but you will not collapse. You may still get angry, but you will not destroy. You may still feel fear, but you will not run, because now your responses are filtered through a deeper knowing and inner security that God is in control. That even when things feel out of control, He is still holding you. He is still guiding you. He is still teaching you how to carry your emotions without letting them carry you away. And this is where your greatest growth will take place. Not in the moments of applause, but in the moments of pressure. When your emotions press hard against your peace, and you choose peace anyway. When the urge to lash out rises like fire, but you extinguish it with prayer. When your heart breaks, but you keep walking in purpose. That is strength. That is faith. That is obedience. And obedience brings reward, not always immediately, but deeply. God begins to entrust you with more influence, more clarity, more spiritual authority, because He knows you are not led by your emotions. You are led by Him, and He can trust those who are emotionally mature with greater responsibility. But this isn't just about blessings, it's about becoming the person God envisioned when He formed you, not ruled by emotions, not reactive, not tossed around by every wind of offense or storm of conflict, but mature, disciplined, discerning, steady, rooted. That is what God is building in you. And that's why He allows tests, not to break you, but to reveal you, to show you where you still need to grow, to show you what still triggers you, to show you what still needs healing. And when you see it, don't run. Don't suppress it. Don't ignore it. Bring it to God. Say, "Here it is, God. This anger, this pain, this fear, this pride, I lay it before you. Change me." And He will. Not always in a flash, but steadily, powerfully, quietly, from the inside out. Until one day you realize you no longer respond the way you used to. You no longer fall apart the way you once did. You've been transformed not by willpower, but by surrender. Not by performance, but by God's power working in your soul. There comes a point in your journey where you begin to realize that mastering your emotions is not just about protecting yourself. It's about preserving your purpose. Your calling is too great to be constantly derailed by emotional reactions. Your destiny is too sacred to be thrown off course by momentary feelings. God did not place you here to be swayed by the winds of mood swings and instability. He placed you here to carry something eternal. And anything eternal must be protected. Emotional discipline is not just self-help. It is soul preservation. When you keep losing your temper, you delay your progress. When you keep giving in to offense, you distance yourself from growth. When you act out of insecurity, you stop short of the confidence that God is trying to build in you. But when you stand still and let God rule your reactions, the ground beneath your feet begins to solidify. Suddenly, the things that used to shake you don't anymore. The people who used to provoke you can't anymore. The situations that used to drain you fade into silence because you've changed. You no longer give your power away to people who didn't create you. You no longer hand your peace to situations that have no eternal weight, because now you've tasted something better. You've experienced what it feels like to walk in God's composure, to live from the inside out, not the outside in. And that shift changes everything. You begin to pray more than you speak. You begin to think more than you react. You begin to love more deeply because your love is no longer conditional on how others treat you. You are not living based on feelings. You are living based on God's truth. And that truth grounds you, holds you, lifts you. You become the kind of person who brings calm into chaos, who speaks life when others curse, who builds where others destroy. Not because you're perfect, not because you don't feel, but because you've surrendered those feelings into the hands of the one who made you. And He has reshaped you from the inside. He has given you authority over the very emotions that once ruled you. And now you are not a slave. You are a steward. You steward your anger. You steward your sorrow. You steward your joy. And in doing so, you walk in power, quiet, unshakable, God-given power. And so, as you go forward, remember this. Every emotion is an opportunity to choose either to bow to the flesh or to rise in faith. Anger will come, but you don't have to serve it. Fear will knock, but you don't have to answer. Sorrow will whisper, but you don't have to surrender. You have a choice. And every time you choose God's way over your own, you are not just becoming better, you are becoming who you were always meant to be. Strong, grounded, wise, peaceful. And not because life is easy, but because God is with you. This is not about pretending. This is not about suppression. This is not about hiding how you feel. It is about inviting God into every emotion and letting Him purify it, direct it, and use it for good. You can be real and still be righteous. You can feel deeply and still respond wisely. You can be fully human and still fully surrendered. That's what God desires. Not perfection, but partnership. He wants to walk with you through the messiness of your heart and bring clarity where there's confusion, healing where there's hurt, order where there's chaos. So don't run from your emotions. Run to God with them. Don't deny what you feel. Lay it down at His feet. Let Him show you what to keep and what to cast off. Let Him show you what to keep and what to cast off. Let Him teach you when to speak and when to be silent. Let Him shape your reactions until they reflect His character, not your past. Because the more you walk with God, the more you will find yourself becoming steady in a world that trembles. You will find yourself walking in rooms that once made you anxious, and you'll be calm. You will hear the same insults that once broke you, and you'll be unmoved. You will face the same pressures, and you'll be grounded. That's the transformation God offers. That's the strength He gives. A strength not built on denial, but on divine order. A peace not built on avoidance, but on truth. A self-control not born from effort, but from surrender. So let today be the day you say, God, I will no longer be ruled by my emotions. I will no longer give away my peace. I will no longer let feelings dictate my future. From this day forward, you will lead and I will follow. You will guide my heart and I will obey. And when you make that decision, not once, but every day, you will see God shape your emotions into something holy, something powerful, something stable. And you will rise not as someone tossed by the wind, but as someone anchored in God, unmoved, unshaken, and unstoppable. So now the choice is yours. You can continue living at the mercy of emotions that rise and fall like the tides, or you can anchor your soul in the unshakable presence of God. You can continue reacting to every insult, every delay, every fear, or you can pause, breathe, surrender, and let God respond for you. This isn't weakness. This is wisdom. This isn't silence. This is strength. When you surrender your emotions to God, you break free from the grip of disorder. You begin to live with intention and meaning. In the midst of chaos, you remain steady. You shine as a mirror of His unshakable peace in a world overwhelmed by noise. Let this be your bold proclamation. No more chains of emotional slavery. No more reckless impulses. No more surrendering your peace to those who never gave it to you. From today, you choose emotional discipline, not through your own might, but because God walks beside you. He wages war for you. He understands your heart. He shapes your responses. With God guiding your soul, no storm is too fierce, no emotion too heavy, no wound too deep that He cannot soothe, heal, and make whole again. Step into that power. Stand firm in that strength. And never again allow emotions to take the throne that belongs only to God. There are moments in every believer's journey, moments that feel like heaven has gone quiet, when everything is still and you begin to wonder if God hears your prayers. Have you ever stood on the edge of something that seemed too overwhelming to carry, too mysterious to explain, yet too sacred to turn away from? That space, my friend, is where God begins His work. It is the holy threshold where He prepares to open a door. But God never flings a door wide without giving notice. He is not a God of chaos. When He is about to transform your life, when He is about to shift the very atmosphere, when He is ready to release favor and blessings long held back, He sends signals. And these signals are never weak or hidden. They are bold. They are unsettling. They stir your spirit awake, and they demand your attention. You cannot overlook them unless your heart has grown dull or distracted. God begins to move right in the middle of your discomfort. He begins to shake the ground beneath you. The very people you once depended on start to drift away. The places you once felt safe in begin to feel tight and suffocating. You try to settle where you are, but something in your spirit refuses to be still. That restlessness you feel is not a mistake. It's a sign that the current place is too small for the next blessing God is about to release. God will not allow you to be comfortable in a place He is calling you to leave. That unease is not from the world. It's from the throne of God. He's awakening you. He's preparing you. He's about to open a door, but He wants to make sure you're ready to walk through it with the strength, faith, and clarity required to carry the weight of the next season. And when God is about to open a door, you will start to feel isolated. Yes, isolation is a sign God will separate you before He elevates you. You might wonder why people no longer call, why invitations stop coming, why familiar voices go silent. But it's not rejection, it's redirection. God removes the noise so you can hear His voice more clearly. Sometimes the greatest promotion begins with divine separation. God doesn't need a crowd to bless you. He doesn't need applause to validate you. He needs your full attention, your surrendered will, and your trust in Him alone. That silence you hear is sacred. It's the space where God whispers secrets about your future. It's the quiet before the storm of blessing. But oh, that silence can feel like abandonment if you don't understand the sign. When the crowd disappears and the room feels empty, lift your eyes to heaven and know that God is getting ready to fill your life with something greater. Do not confuse isolation with punishment. It is protection. It is preparation. You see, God cannot open a new door while you are still clinging to the comfort of the old hallway. He must strip away what no longer serves you. He must prune you like a wise gardener so that you can bear much fruit in the season to come. The branches He removes are not always dead. Some were just not destined to grow with you. Let them go. If they walk away while you are still waiting, thank God. If they misunderstand your calling, bless God. If they speak against you in your stillness, praise God. Because when God is about to open a door, He clears the path. And sometimes that clearing looks like people leaving, doors shutting, and plans failing. But it's not the end. It's the beginning of a divine shift. You will also begin to feel an urgency in your spirit, an unshakable fire that burns not from your emotions, but from the very breath of God. You will wake up with ideas that don't make sense. You'll begin to dream again. You will see visions of things far beyond your reach, and yet they will not leave you. You'll try to silence them, dismiss them, ignore them, but they will come back stronger. That's because when God is about to open a door, He begins to ignite purpose within you. He doesn't show you the full picture. He gives you glimpses just enough to awaken your faith. That holy discomfort you feel in your spirit is not your imagination. It is the voice of God stirring your soul. God does not awaken you for nothing. He does not give you vision without intention. If the vision keeps coming, it's a sign. If the fire won't die, it's a sign. If your soul is being pulled to do something greater, it's a sign. God is about to unlock a new level of your destiny. But here's the truth. The door will only open when you are aligned with His timing. So do not rush. Do not force it. Trust that the urgency is not calling you to move ahead of God, but to prepare your heart, your mind, your faith, and your obedience. He's about to call your name. He's about to reveal why you had to wait, why you had to endure, why the road was so long and lonely. The door is closer than you think, but the fire in your soul, that deep yearning, is one of the loudest signs that God is almost ready to open it. Stay alert. Keep your oil full. Keep your spirit tuned in. For when the door opens, it will be sudden, and you must be ready. When God is about to open a door, He will often disturb your environment. You'll begin to notice that things you once enjoyed no longer satisfy you. The friendships that once fueled you now feel forced. The places you used to find comfort and begin to irritate your soul. This is not a coincidence. It's a divine disruption. God is shifting your atmosphere to prepare you for a new realm. He's tearing away your attachments to the temporary so you can embrace the eternal. The very ground beneath your feet may start to feel unstable, but this shaking is not to destroy you, it's to awaken you. You may begin to face opposition from unexpected places. People you trusted may turn cold, and systems that used to work may suddenly fail. But don't panic. This chaos is not a curse. It is a sign that God is breaking old patterns and opening new pathways. He is removing anything that could sabotage your next season. When your foundation feels like it's crumbling, remember this: God often breaks the soil before He plants the seed. That breaking is sacred. It's painful, yes, but it's proof that something new is about to be birthed. So if you feel the ground shaking, do not retreat. Stand still. If you see doors slamming shut, do not cry. Lift your hand. For behind every closed door is the echo of a new one unlocking. God is not ignoring your prayers. He's aligning your surroundings. And sometimes that alignment requires a holy disruption. You may not understand the why in the moment, but one day you'll look back and thank God for every storm, every silence, every setback, because each one pushed you closer to the doorway He was preparing for you. You see, God does not need your comfort to bless you. He needs your obedience, your faith, and your surrender. So if it feels like the world around you is falling apart, take heart. It may be the very moment God is building a future you cannot yet see. He's not punishing you. He's positioning you. Another sign that God is preparing to open a door is the sudden rise in spiritual warfare. The enemy does not waste time attacking empty vessels. He targets those who are carrying something valuable. If you are facing unusual resistance, unexplained weariness, dreams that disturb your peace, or sudden waves of anxiety and fear, do not dismiss them. These are not random. They are indicators that the spiritual realm has taken notice of what God is about to release in your life. The forces of darkness always try to block the entrance before the door swings open. But hear this loud and clear. No weapon formed against you will prosper, not because of your strength, but because God is your defender. When God places His hand upon you, no force in the universe can cancel your calling. But you must be aware. You must remain vigilant. When the attacks intensify, when the battles increase, it is not time to faint. It is time to fight with your faith. God has already equipped you for this moment. The trial is not a sign of abandonment. It's a sign of advancement. Just before the breakthrough, the pressure will mount. Just before the elevation, the enemy will try to suffocate your courage, but you must hold the line. The increase in warfare is simply confirmation that the door is near, and God never allows you to enter a new place without preparing your spirit to withstand what comes with it. That spiritual battle you're in, it's the birth canal of your next level. You're not losing, you're transitioning. You're not breaking down, you're breaking through. God is proving to you that the anointing on your life is real, that His plan for you is not fiction, and that your endurance has a reward. So do not be afraid of the warfare. Let it remind you that heaven is backing you and hell is trembling because the door is about to open and nothing can stop what God has ordained. When God is about to open a door, He begins to awaken your discernment. Suddenly, your spirit becomes sensitive to things you once ignored. You begin to see through people's words, to feel their intentions, to sense when something is off, even if everyone else is comfortable. God sharpens your inner voice, not so you can become judgmental, but so you can become wise. This sharpening is a sign that He's preparing to trust you with more. You cannot walk through divine doors with a dull spirit. You cannot handle higher responsibility with blind trust. So God begins to train your eyes and your ears. He trains your spirit to detect distractions wrapped in good intentions. Not every opportunity is from Him. Not every open door is divine. Some doors are traps in disguise. So before He opens the one that is truly yours, God will teach you to wait, to listen, to observe. He will teach you how to say no without guilt and yes with clarity. When you begin to lose interest in things that once excited you, when you find yourself turning away from shallow conversations and meaningless pursuits, that's not boredom. It's spiritual maturity. God is detaching your spirit from the counterfeit so you won't miss the authentic. He is calling you to walk with eyes wide open and a heart anchored in Him. If you are feeling unusually quiet lately, if your desire to be seen, heard, or validated has faded, it is not depression, it's preparation. God is pulling you inward to align you with what's coming outward. And when the door opens, your discernment will be your weapon, your compass, and your shield. Do not despise the season of spiritual awakening. Do not fear the loss of interest in worldly things. This is the sacred space where God tunes your spirit to His frequency. And once you learn His voice, you'll never again be deceived by noise. That door you're waiting for requires a spirit that can hear even when the world is loud, a soul that moves when God whispers, and a heart that obeys without delay. He's preparing you in silence so that when the moment comes, you'll step through with confidence, not confusion. And when God is about to open a door, He begins to increase your capacity. What once overwhelmed you becomes manageable. What once intimidated you now challenges you to grow. You will begin to notice that your tolerance for negativity decreases. You no longer entertain gossip, fear, or the opinions of those who lack vision. That's because your spirit is expanding. God is enlarging your capacity to carry more, to endure more, to believe for more. This expansion doesn't always come with applause. It often comes with pressure. You will feel stretched beyond what you thought you could handle. You may find yourself managing more responsibility than before, handling more trials than usual, and standing in spaces you once felt unqualified for. That's not an accident. It's divine stretching. God is proving to you that you are stronger than your past, wiser than your mistakes, and more capable than your fears suggest. Every test, every burden, every challenge is a tool in God's hand to prepare you for the weight of the next season. The door God is about to open isn't just for blessing, it's for purpose. And purpose requires endurance. It requires stability. It requires a backbone of faith that won't collapse under pressure. So when you feel stretched, don't pray for escape. Pray for strength. When life feels like too much, remember that God never increases pressure without increasing grace. The more He is about to give you, the more He must prepare you. That increase in capacity is evidence that your time is near. The spiritual muscles being developed in this season are what will sustain you when you walk through that open door. The people who doubted you will no longer recognize you, not because you changed to fit their mold, but because God transformed you to fit His purpose. You are not who you used to be. You are becoming who God intended you to be all along. And when that door swings open, you will not walk in timidly. You will walk in fully equipped, divinely prepared, and spiritually refined. Not by your own doing, but by the hand of God, who molded you in secret for a purpose that could only be revealed in time. When God is about to open a door, you will start to feel drawn to deeper places of prayer, not out of obligation, but out of necessity. Your soul begins to crave stillness. You'll find yourself turning off distractions, avoiding meaningless conversations, and seeking moments alone, not for escape, but to commune with the one who holds your future. This desire to be alone with God is not your doing, it's a sign. It's how God begins to separate you from noise, so you can hear instructions that are not meant for the crowd. There are some doors that only open through private revelation. God knows that in the next season, you cannot depend on others to carry your spirit. You must be anchored in Him alone. Another undeniable sign that God is about to open a door is the rise of divine connections. Relationships that don't make sense in the natural, but are orchestrated with perfect timing and purpose. These aren't casual friendships or surface-level acquaintances. These are God-sent people who speak to your purpose, not your past. They challenge your thinking, stretch your vision, and confirm what you've only dared to whisper in prayer. When God is ready to transition you into a new season, He rarely does it without sending someone ahead of you to guide the way or beside you to walk with you. This is not about popularity. It's about purpose alignment. You may be introduced to someone in a moment that feels random, but your spirit will recognize that it's not a coincidence. It's a divine arrangement. God will place in your path people who see the version of you that you haven't even stepped into yet. They won't be impressed by your title, your status, or your appearance. They'll be drawn to the anointing on your life, and that's how you'll know it's a divine connection. These individuals will not drain you. They will water you. They won't compete with you. They'll complete the assignment God has placed in your life. And as they come into your life, they'll often confirm what God has already been whispering to your spirit. It will feel like they've read your thoughts, but in truth, they've just been listening to the same voice you've been listening to, God's voice. Be alert when these connections begin to happen. Don't dismiss people because they don't look like what you expected. Sometimes the vessel doesn't look glorious, but the message they carry is straight from God. And just as God brings divine connections, He will also begin to remove counterfeits. People who once seemed loyal will show their true colors. Relationships built on convenience will start to crumble. This is not a loss. It's a pruning. God is clearing the path for the ones He's chosen to walk with you. When this shift begins, stay grounded. Don't chase those who leave, and don't question those who arrive with peace. Every connection in this season must pass through the filter of prayer. Because when God is about to open a door, He always sends people who can walk through it with you, pray over it with you, or unlock it for you. These are not seasonal allies. They are destiny carriers. And their arrival is a prophetic sign that the door is not only near, it is ready. So He begins to draw you into divine intimacy. And in that secret place, God will pour into you ideas, strategies, warnings, and confirmations. In the silence, you will start to remember who you are. You will be reminded of things God told you years ago that you buried beneath your doubts. He will stir your memory, resurrect your passion, and reintroduce you to the person you were always meant to become. You will come out of those moments of divine encounter with a clarity that cuts through confusion. You will no longer need outside validation because the voice of God will become louder than every opinion. This hunger for prayer, for meditation, for spiritual clarity, it is a sign. Do not ignore it. The closer the door gets, the more urgent the call to the secret place becomes. That tug you feel in your heart is God saying, "Come closer, I have something to show you." And in those quiet, sacred encounters, He will equip you with the wisdom to recognize the right door and the discernment to avoid the wrong one. He will show you not only where to go, but when to move. Timing is just as holy as direction, and God will not allow you to walk into a door unprepared. So if you find yourself yearning to pray more, to be still more, to seek more, know this: the door is closed, the blessing is near, the breakthrough is around the corner. But it is your connection with God that will give you the strength to walk through and stay there. For what good is an open door if you are not spiritually prepared to handle what's on the other side? Let God prepare you in the quiet. So when the moment comes, you won't miss it because you were distracted by noise. When God is about to open a door, He will test your ability to walk by faith, not by sight. In this sacred space between the promise and its fulfillment, God often chooses to withhold visible evidence, not to frustrate you, but to stretch your trust in Him. You may find yourself in a season where nothing around you looks like what God has spoken over your life. The terrain seems barren. Your efforts seem fruitless. And every step forward feels like a battle. Yet within your spirit, there is a quiet assurance that something greater is coming. This tension is not a contradiction. It is a divine setup. God is building in you the kind of faith that does not collapse under silence. He's training your heart to believe even when your eyes see nothing. You must understand that God does not measure your readiness by how loud your praise is in the light, but by how steady your trust remains in the dark. If you are in a place where it feels like heaven has gone quiet, rejoice, because God often speaks the loudest in silence. He wants you to trust His presence. Even when He withholds the plan, that door you're waiting for, it may not appear with flashing signs or trumpets. It may come quietly, unexpectedly, wrapped in obedience. You may be required to move before the full picture is clear, but that's where real faith lives, in the space where logic ends and trust begins. And God honors that kind of faith. He rewards those who hold on when others let go. He elevates those who build altars of praise in valleys of uncertainty. The door you're praying for may not open because of how hard you work, but because of how deeply you believe. And make no mistake, God sees every act of obedience. Every time you chose faith over fear, every moment you praised Him when there was no visible reason. These are the sacrifices that trigger open doors. Not the strength of your hands, but the strength of your heart. So if your environment looks empty, if the silence feels heavy, if the way seems hidden, take courage. These are not signs of delay. They are confirmations that God is near. And when He opens the door, it will be clear that it was not your plan, not your strategy, but your faith in Him that made the way. Another sign that God is preparing to open a door is the deep, sometimes painful realization that you can no longer live beneath your calling. There will come a day when the version of yourself that settled, that compromised, that made peace with mediocrity can no longer survive. It will feel like something inside you is breaking. But what's really happening is that your spirit is rising. God will allow you to feel the discomfort of smallness, so you finally step into the fullness of who He created you to be. You'll begin to see your excuses for what they are, lies that kept you comfortable. The habits you once clung to will start to repulse you. The limitations you accepted will feel like chains you must break. And the fear you once obeyed will begin to lose its grip. This is the internal war that often precedes divine elevation. God stirs up a holy discontent within you. He makes you restless, not because you are ungrateful, but because you were never made to stay where you are. That urge to change, to grow, to move. It's not a worldly ambition. It's a divine calling. And God will not allow His chosen ones to live in the shadows of their potential. He will expose every area where you have settled so He can stretch you into the fullness of your assignment. This is not about chasing dreams. It's about fulfilling destiny. And destiny cannot be fulfilled with a complacent heart. So God begins to press you. He calls you out of the crowd. He disrupts your comfort. He reveals the cost of staying small and then shows you the reward of stepping forward. When this happens, don't resist. Don't silence the fire. Fan it, feed it, let it become so strong that it consumes every lie that told you to stay hidden. Because when God opens a door, it's not just for your blessing, it's for your becoming. The person you are now may not be ready, but the person God is shaping inside of you is. So embrace the inner breaking, the stretching, the rising. It is not a breakdown, it is a breakthrough. And on the other side of it is the door God has prepared, waiting for the version of you that refuses to live beneath what He has spoken over your life. When God is about to open a door, one of the clearest signs you will encounter is an increased sensitivity to time. Suddenly, wasted moments begin to grieve your spirit. Conversations that once amused you now feel like distractions. You become sharply aware that every second matters, that your days must align with purpose, and that you can no longer afford to live carelessly. This urgency is not coming from your flesh. It is a signal from God. It is heaven's reminder that time is sacred and delay is dangerous. God is revealing that your next season will demand focused preparation and that the window of opportunity is not eternal. While God is patient, He also operates in divine timing. When the time appointed by Him draws near, your spirit will begin to stir with a sense of holy pressure. You'll feel an invisible clock ticking, not to rush you into anxiety, but to alert you that your moment is approaching. What you do now matters more than ever. Your prayers, your routines, your decisions, they are not by chance. They are molding the person who will stand before that open threshold. And that threshold won't wait for your ease. It will wait for your preparedness. God is saying, bring your life into alignment with the dream I've placed inside you. Stop spending days trying to squeeze into doors I've already called you away from. Stop feeding what drains your spirit. A sudden, holy urgency arrives when God is about to rearrange your path. He doesn't want you to miss what He's about to do, so He heightens your senses. He narrows your circle, and He trains you to protect your time as a soldier protects a stronghold. If you find you can no longer tolerate wasting moments in empty places, it's because God is shaping you for significant purpose. You were never designed for mere comfort. You were designed for a calling. And when that door opens, it won't come to those who toyed away their days. It will open for those who prepared in secret, respected time, and trained their hearts to follow God with urgency and discipline. So don't ignore the clock ticking in your soul. It's not fear. It's faith calling you higher. God is doing something new, and the time to act is not tomorrow. It is now. When God is about to open a door, He will allow you to come face to face with your old self. Not to shame you, but to remind you how far He's brought you and how much further He's taking you. You'll find yourself confronted by thoughts you thought you buried. Insecurities you believed you overcame may try to return. Doubts may knock on the doors of your confidence. But don't be discouraged. This is not regression. It's refinement. God is showing you the final layers that need to be stripped before you walk into your next dimension. The enemy will try to convince you that because old emotions are resurfacing, you're going backward. But the truth is, light always exposes hidden residue before a fresh release. You're not being attacked because you're weak. You're being refined because you're strong enough to carry what's next. When God is about to trust you with more, He purifies your foundation. He will not build on anything unstable. So He brings to light every lie, every hidden fear, every root of bitterness, every lingering insecurity, not to condemn, but to cleanse. And this cleansing feels like a storm. It shakes you. It humbles you. It reminds you that without God you are nothing. But that's the beauty of it. God is not looking for perfect vessels. He's looking for purified ones. The fire you're feeling in your soul, the pressure, the tension, the unexpected emotions, they're not setbacks. They're the signs of a holy fire burning everything that cannot go with you into your next season. Embrace the process. Lean into the discomfort. Let God finish what He started in you. The door you're about to walk through requires a version of you that is bold, healed, whole, and aligned. And the moment you allow God to confront the final remnants of your past, He will release you into the fullness of your purpose. Do not resist the mirror He places in front of you. Look deeply, surrender fully, and trust that this confrontation is not your breaking point. It is your launching point. Because when God completes a work in your inner man, the outer breakthrough cannot be stopped. You are not being defeated, You are being delivered. And right on the other side of that deliverance stands the very door you've been waiting for. When God is about to open a door, He will intensify your awareness of what no longer belongs in your life. You will begin to notice certain behaviors, attachments, and even thought patterns that once seemed harmless but now feel like obstacles. The conversations that used to entertain you will begin to drain you. The relationships that once defined you will start to limit you. The comforts you clung to will feel like chains. This is not you becoming arrogant. This is you becoming awakened. God is making you allergic to what is beneath your destiny. He's not just removing things from around you. He's removing things from within you. Old desires will begin to die. Old cycles will start to feel suffocating, and your spirit will crave purity, truth, and alignment. This stripping is not punishment. It's purification. God is making room. He is decluttering your soul. He's preparing you to walk through a door that demands clarity, focus, and unwavering commitment. You cannot carry clutter into your calling. You cannot walk into purpose while dragging the dead weight of your past. So God begins to highlight the habits, the compromises, the inner conversations that silently poison your progress. It may be painful, but it's necessary. The door you've been praying for is too powerful to be approached with divided loyalty. God wants your full attention. He wants your spirit undistracted. And to get you there, He begins to cleanse you of everything that could become a stumbling block. You may not even realize how deeply rooted some of these things are until God shines His light on them. And when He does, do not harden your heart. Submit, let go. Trust that if God is asking you to release something, it's because He's about to replace it with something greater. This is the sign few recognize. The sudden urge to purify your life, to fast from distraction, to pursue a new level of spiritual discipline. It's not religion, it's revelation. God is sanctifying your path because what He's about to open will require a cleaner vessel, a clearer mind, and a stronger spirit. Let Him do the work. Because once He removes the unnecessary, the path to the door will become undeniable. And then, just before the door opens, God will allow a moment that tests your identity one final time. It might be a rejection, a betrayal, a delay that seems to mock everything you believe. You will find yourself standing at the edge of breakthrough, but it will feel like everything is falling apart. Do not be fooled. This is the final fire. God will always test who you think you are before He reveals who He knows you to be. He'll ask, will you still believe when it looks like I've forgotten you? Will you still praise me when the answer hasn't come? Will you still trust me when the door you expected isn't the one I open? This is where many fall away. They misinterpret the final test as failure. But it's not failure, it's formation. God is molding your character to match the weight of the door you're about to walk through. The final battle before elevation is always identity. You must know who you are in God before you step into what He's promised. Because if you enter unsure of your worth, you'll second-guess the blessing. If you walk through the door still seeking validation, you'll allow fear to rob you of the favor. So God creates a situation that forces you to decide, is your faith built on what you see or on who He is? Are you attached to the outcome or surrendered to the process? This is where you grow, not upward, but inward. And in that sacred wrestling match with your own doubt, your real strength is born. You emerge not as the person who begged for the door, but as the person who is ready to walk through it. And once your identity is sealed in God, the door cannot remain shut, because it was never just about access, it was about becoming. And when you become who God called you to be, no man, no circumstance, no demon can deny what heaven has already ordained. So if you're in the fire, don't retreat. If you're in the test, don't crumble. Lift your head and recognize the pattern. The breaking point is the birthing point. You are closer now than you've ever been. And when you pass this test, the door will open, not because you forced it, but because you were formed for it. When God is about to open a door, He may cause your current resources to dry up. What once sustained you may suddenly become unreliable. The job that brought you comfort may begin to feel unstable. The people who supported you may grow distant. Even your physical strength may feel diminished. But this isn't abandonment. It's divine strategy. God knows that as long as you depend on the brook, you will not move toward the river. As long as your needs are being met in the old place, you won't seek the new place. So He allows the brook to dry up, not to punish you, but to propel you. This kind of divine disruption is hard to understand in the moment. It will feel like everything is slipping through your hands. You'll question your decisions. You'll revisit your faith. You'll ask, why now, God? Why this? But God, in His perfect wisdom, is not cutting you off. He's cutting you loose. Loose from the things you thought were your source. Loose from the structures you've leaned on more than Him. Loose from the old way of thinking, surviving, and living. The drying brook is not the end. It is the push. God will never allow a door to open while you're still tied to a place He's calling you out of. So if your current well is running dry, take heart. If the familiar is failing, look up. That scarcity is a signal. That limitation is a loud announcement from heaven. Get ready. I am shifting you. God never shuts down provision without preparing new abundance. But the new abundance is connected to the new place, and the new place is behind the new door. Don't mourn over what is fading. Celebrate what is forming. Because when the hand of God begins to close one chapter, it's because He has already written the next one. And what's waiting in that next chapter is not a repeat of the past. It is a reward for your faith. It is a divine unveiling of what your waiting, your weeping, your working has built. The brook may be dry, but the door's opening. The manna may have stopped falling, but the promised land is near. Trust the signs. God is not taking from you. He's leading you to more. Another undeniable sign that God is about to open a door is the sudden increase in divine clarity. It begins like a whisper and grows into a roar within your spirit. Ideas that once confused you will suddenly make sense. Paths that seemed clouded will now become illuminated. It's as if heaven pulls back the veil and lets you see what was always there, just hidden for the right time. This clarity isn't born from logic or intellect. It flows from obedience and alignment. When your heart is postured before God and your ears are tuned to His voice, you begin to discern His direction with divine precision. What once seemed blurry now becomes unmistakable. You'll start waking up with purpose. Decisions you agonized over will suddenly feel obvious. Doubts that once plagued you will lose their power. That's because clarity is a sign of divine nearness. God doesn't give vision to confuse you. He gives it to confirm your steps, but He doesn't reveal everything all at once. He gives you light for the next step, not the next mile. That's how He builds trust. So when the light comes, when that sudden clarity floods your heart, you must move. Not because you feel ready, but because God has made it clear. When God starts to show you patterns, highlight people, confirm words, and stir visions within your soul, it's time to walk. Do not ignore clarity just because it came in silence. Sometimes the loudest confirmation comes in the stillest moment, and often clarity arrives when chaos is at its peak. That's how you know it's from God. It cuts through the noise. It calms the storm. It settles your spirit. You no longer need to debate or delay. You just know. And when you know, act. Because clarity is not permanent if you keep ignoring it. God reveals direction in windows of time. If you refuse to act when He confirms the way, that clarity will turn back into confusion. Not because God is unclear, but because you hesitated when you should have moved. The open door is not just about opportunity, it's about timing. And when God gives you divine clarity, it's a sign the time is now. Don't look back. Don't overanalyze. Trust that the same God who gave you the vision will also give you the victory. When God is about to open a door, He begins to demand uncommon obedience. Not partial obedience, not convenient obedience, but full, immediate, and sometimes uncomfortable obedience. He will call you to do things that don't make sense in the natural. He will tell you to move when there's no clear reason to move. He will ask you to give when you feel like holding back. He may even call you to walk away from places, positions, or people you've grown attached to, not because they're bad, but because they're not a part of where He's taken you. This kind of obedience will stretch your trust in ways you never imagined. You'll be tempted to negotiate. You'll try to understand before acting, but that's not how obedience works. God is not obligated to explain Himself in order to be obeyed. He's looking for those who say yes, even when they don't know where the path will lead. He's looking for those who trust His character, even when they don't understand His commands. Because true obedience is not measured in ease. It's measured in surrender. And when God is preparing to open a door, He will always test your ability to follow Him blindly. He wants to know if you're more committed to your comfort than to your calling. If you're more loyal to your plans than to His voice. Obedience is the currency of elevation. When God sees that you will obey without hesitation, He knows He can trust you with what's behind the door. So if God is prompting you to make a change, to take a step, to release something, don't delay. That hesitation could be what keeps the door shut. But your obedience could be the very key that unlocks it. And when you obey, even in fear, even in uncertainty, even in pain, you invite the power of God to move on your behalf. There is no door too big, no barrier too strong, and no delay too long when obedience walks ahead of you. Move when He says move. Wait when He says wait. And act when He says act. Because obedience is not just your responsibility, it is your preparation. And then after all the waiting, all the stretching, all the stripping and testing, when your heart is aligned, your faith is matured, and your obedience is proven, God opens the door. Not a door you force, not a door you beg for, but the one that He appointed from the beginning. And when it opens, you will understand why the wait had to be long, why the pain had to be deep, why the loneliness had to be real. Because what God is about to release is not small, it's not temporary, it's not average, it is divine, it is lasting, it is purposeful. And when that door swings open, everything that was once confusing will suddenly make sense. You'll see why He had to delay it. You'll see why certain people had to leave. You'll understand why some seasons felt like silence. It was all part of the preparation. Because the door God opens is not just about blessing you, it's about using you. It's about positioning you to be a vessel to carry His light, His truth, and His wisdom into places that were once dark. You didn't endure the fire just to enjoy the view. You endured it so you could stand in rooms you were once unqualified for and walk with the authority of someone who has been processed by God. When the door opens, walk through it boldly, not arrogantly, but confidently. Not because you're perfect, but because God prepared you. This is not the time to shrink. This is not the time to second guess. This is the moment to step fully into what you were born for. And know this, the God who opens the door will also sustain you behind it. He doesn't just prepare the path, He prepares you for the path. And when the time is right, not a second too soon, not a moment too late, the door will open. And it will be clear that it was never about luck, chance, or effort. It was about alignment with the one who orders all things. So if you find yourself in the fire, hold on. If your spirit feels restless, stay alert. If your surroundings are shifting, take heart. These are not signs of failure. You are hearing heaven's quiet nudges, the small voices that say something is coming, that God is at work, that the doorway is nearer than you imagine. Let faith lift you above every tremor of fear. Let obedience drown out the whispers of doubt. Let your reliance on God outweigh your need to control. For when God cracks a door open, no human hand can shut it. No power can stand against it. No enemy can nullify it. You are not called to batter that door down. Your role is to wait prepared. Prepare, believe, obey, and release your grip. And when the entrance at last appears, step through as someone remade by trial, tempered in silence, honed in the wilderness, and possessing a confidence anchored not in self, but in God's timing and strength. The doors God opens are more than opportunities. They are missions. They are holy trusts. They are reserved for those courageous enough to trust through the waiting and faithful enough to move the moment God says now. Imagine this. Buried deep within you, yes, you, rests a power so holy, so godly, that should it fully awaken, it would rattle the very foundations of hell. Imagine the heavens leaning in, holding their breath, not because of your skill, not because of your notoriety, and not because of your history, but because of a gift God placed inside you long before the world began. What if the enemy has targeted you not for who you are today, but for the treasure God seated in you that you are yet to uncover? Friend, I declare this to you, you are God-gifted. Now is the time. It is time to uncover that gift and set it ablaze for heaven's glory. Too many drift through life like spiritual orphans, unaware of the inheritance breathed into their spirit by God. They attend services, pray the right prayers, try to live rightly, yet they never step into the fullness of their divine calling. Why? Because they have never found their spiritual gift. And without your spiritual gift, you will never experience the depth of joy, power, and purpose you were created to walk in. Let me take you to a time long before your birth. Picture this. Before time began, before stars were flung into the darkness, before Adam breathed his first breath, God had already written your name in His heart. Ephesians 1:4 says He chose us in Him before the foundation of the world. You were chosen on purpose for a purpose. And when God formed you in your mother's womb, He didn't send you to earth empty-handed. No, beloved, He placed something inside you, a divine seed, a heavenly assignment, a spiritual gift that was meant to build His kingdom, bless His people, and glorify His name. But here's the problem. The world will try to distract you. The enemy will try to confuse you. And even religion sometimes will try to tame you. Because if you ever discover the gift God placed in you, if you ever activate it, you will become a threat to darkness, a healer to the broken, and a vessel of revival in your generation. Let me tell you, discovering your spiritual gift is not about personality tests or church positions. It's not about titles or fame or applause. It is about intimacy with the Holy Spirit. It is about surrender. It is about hunger. The more you seek God, the more you discover yourself. Not the self that culture defines, but the self that was hidden in Christ Jesus before the earth was born. 1 Corinthians 12:47 tells us there are different kinds of gifts, but the same Spirit distributes them. There are different kinds of service, but the same Lord. Now to each one the manifestation of the Spirit is given for the common good. Did you catch that? To each one. That includes you. That includes the mother raising children in a quiet home. That includes the elderly man who prays alone at night. That includes the young believer who's just learning how to walk by faith. If you belong to Christ, you are not left out. There is a gift inside you waiting to be unwrapped by the hands of surrender. I remember a young man who came to one of my meetings sitting in the back row. He looked ordinary, shy, overlooked, but when the Spirit of God fell upon him, he began to speak with wisdom that no schooling could teach. He wept with a burden for lost souls. He began to teach others with boldness and clarity. That man became a pastor not because of a degree, not because of a platform, but because the Holy Spirit awakened the gift inside of him. And it all started when he dared to believe that God had placed something inside of him that this world needed. Don't you see, my friend, the kingdom of God advances not through superstars, but through surrendered servants, not through charisma, but through consecration. Your gift may not be loud, it may not be visible, but it is powerful. Romans 12 speaks of gifts like prophecy, teaching, encouragement, giving, leadership, mercy. Every one of these is sacred. Every one of these is necessary. Every one of these reflects a facet of God's heart. Maybe your gift is to encourage. Then your words can pull people back from the edge of despair. Maybe your gift is mercy. Then your compassion can melt hearts and reveal the tenderness of God. Maybe your gift is leadership. Then your vision can guide the lost into purpose and order. Maybe your gift is intercession. Then your prayers can shake nations and break chains in the spiritual realm. Never despise your gift. Never compare it. It is divine. It is appointed, and it is dangerous to the enemy. But you cannot use what you do not know, and you cannot know what you do not seek. So how do you find your gift? Start by seeking the giver. Spend time in His presence. Shut out the noise. Silence the distractions. Get on your knees and cry out, God, reveal in me what you've placed in me. James 1:5 declares, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, and it will be given to him. If you want to know your gift, you must go to the throne of the one who gave it. Your spiritual gift is not found in your feelings. It is found in the fire of His presence. And then step out in faith. You will never find your gift by sitting still. You discover it in motion, in service, in obedience. As you begin to serve others, the Spirit will begin to reveal where your oil flows the strongest. That's where your gift lives. where you feel God's anointing surge through you, not for your glory, but for the transformation of others. Some of you are waiting for a lightning bolt, but God is waiting for your yes. He's not looking for perfection, He's looking for permission. He wants to use your hands, your voice, your life, but you must lay it all down. The cross is not a place of comfort, it's a place of surrender. When you die to self, your gift will rise. Don't let fear bury what God has breathed. In Matthew 25, Jesus told the parable of the talents. The one who hid his talent in the ground was not punished for failure. He was punished for fear. Don't hide your gift. Don't bury it in excuses. Don't say you're too old, too young, too broken, too unknown. God knew all of that when He called you, and He called you anyway. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead lives in you. That Spirit doesn't come empty-handed. He brings gifts. Gifts of power, of revelation, of service, of faith. 1 Peter 4:10 says, "Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace." That's what your gift is, a delivery system for God's grace. You are not the source, you are the vessel. And oh, how the world needs your gift right now. The darkness is thick, confusion is rampant, hearts are broken, homes are divided, churches are sleeping. But the Spirit is stirring a generation to awaken to their gifts, not to entertain, but to transform, not to build personal kingdoms, but to bring the glory of God's kingdom down into the dust of this earth. You were not saved just to be saved. You were saved to be sent. You were gifted not to be admired, but to be used. Don't you know that the enemy trembles when you find your gift? Because a believer operating in their God-given gift is unstoppable. That kind of believer doesn't need applause. That kind of believer doesn't chase platforms. That kind of believer walks into hospitals, prisons, workplaces, and schools with a heavenly assignment burning in their bones. Now listen closely, beloved. I must tell you the truth that too many are afraid to speak. There is a war for your gift. Yes, a war. The enemy has studied you not to admire, but to assassinate. He has seen the hand of God on you from your youth, and he has tried to derail your purpose through trauma, abuse, confusion, distraction, sin, and shame. He wants you so wounded that you never dare to step into what you were born to do. But hear me, your wounds do not disqualify you, they prepare you. God never wastes pain, and He turns scars into swords, tears into oil, and ashes into fire. The very thing the enemy used to break you, God will use to build you. You ask, how can God use someone like me? But I ask you, how can He not? When God anointed Moses, he stuttered. When He called David, he was tending sheep. When He chose Gideon, he was hiding in fear. When He appointed Esther, she was an orphan girl in exile. Every one of them had reasons to hide, but every one of them said yes, not because they were qualified, but because they were willing. Because they were willing. And when they stepped forward, the Spirit of God clothed them with power. And history was never the same. I feel the Spirit of the Lord stirring even now as I speak. Some of you feel your heart pounding. That's not emotion. That's divine conviction. The Spirit is awakening something within you. You thought it was too late. You thought you missed your moment. But God is saying, I have saved the best wine for last. You are not behind. You are being prepared. You are not disqualified. You are being refined. And now is the time to rise. Some of you have been operating in man-made roles, wearing titles that do not fit the gift inside you. Religion gave you a position, but God gave you a purpose. There's a difference. One can be removed by man, the other is sealed by heaven. And when you walk in your divine gifting, you no longer live to please man. You live to obey God. You're not motivated by applause. You're driven by assignment. The fire that burns in your spirit is not from emotion. It's from the altar of God. And hear this. When God gives you a gift, He does not change His mind. Romans 11:29 declares the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. That means no failure can cancel it. No mistake can remove it. No demon in hell can revoke it. What God has placed inside you is sealed by His Spirit and will outlive your past, outlast your enemies, and overcome your limitations. The only one who can bear your gift is you through fear, complacency, and doubt. You must understand that your gift is not about you. It's not for your glory. It's for God's glory. Your gift is how heaven touches earth through you. Your gift is how light enters darkness. Your gift is how broken hearts find healing. Your gift is how the gospel becomes flesh and blood in the lives of others. If you do not use your gift, somebody else's miracle might be delayed. Somebody else's deliverance might be postponed. Somebody else's breakthrough might be held back. That's how serious this is. Think of the boy with the 5 loaves and 2 fish. He didn't have much, but he gave what he had. And in the hands of Jesus, His small gift fed thousands. Don't despise the size of your gift. Don't look down on it because it doesn't look like someone else's. Give it to God. He will multiply it. He will breathe on it. He will use it to feed a multitude. It's not about the measure of the gift. It's about the master who uses it. And beware, there will be resistance. The moment you begin to move in your gift, hell will notice. The enemy will whisper lies. You're not ready. You're too broken. No one will listen to you. But you silence the voice of the accuser with the truth of Scripture. Say what God says about you. Say, I am God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works. Ephesians 2:10. Say, greater is He who is in me than he who is in the world. 1 John 4:4. Say, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. Don't fight with your feelings. Fight with the Word of God. And let me say this to every person who feels invisible. God sees you. The world may overlook you. The church may forget your name, but the Spirit of God knows exactly where you are, and He is calling you deeper. In the secret place, He is forming your gift. In the quiet place, He is sharpening your sword. In the hidden place, He is anointing your head with oil. And when the time comes, He will raise you up, not for fame, but for impact. Not for your comfort, but for His kingdom. Do not despise the process. Every great gift is refined through fire. Joseph had to go through the pit before the palace. Elijah had to hide by the brook before he called down fire from heaven. Paul had to be blinded before he became the apostle to the nations. The fire does not destroy your gift. It awakens it. It purifies it. It prepares it. So if you're walking through a hard season, rejoice. God is making room in your life for a greater anointing. And when your gift begins to flow, guard it, protect it, cover it in prayer. The anointing attracts warfare. The moment you start walking in your assignment, you become a target. But don't retreat. Don't run. Don't hide. Put on the armor of God. Stay rooted in the Word. Surround yourself with other Spirit-filled believers who will fan your flame and call you higher. And don't let pride creep in. Your gift is not your identity. Your gift is not your value. Your gift is not your righteousness. Your identity is in Christ. Your value is in the cross. Your righteousness is in the blood. The gift is powerful, but it is a tool. It is a weapon. It is a doorway to serve others and reveal Jesus to the world. Some of you need to forgive yourself for the times you misused your gift. You prophesied out of pride. You served for applause. You spoke when you should have prayed. But God is merciful. He restores. He redeems. He refines us. If you return to Him with a humble heart, He will anoint you afresh. He will breathe on your gift again. He will turn your failures into wisdom and your wounds into testimonies. And if you've never discovered your gift, today is the day to ask. Don't delay. Go into the presence of God with a hungry heart and say, Lord, what did you place in me that I have not yet seen? And then listen, wait, write, obey, because when God reveals it, it will ring like a bell in your soul. It will feel like fire in your bone. It will not flatter your ego. It will ignite your calling. This is not a motivational speech. This is a commissioning. Heaven is calling you to rise. The same Spirit that hovered over the waters in Genesis now hovers over you. He is ready to activate what has been dormant. He is ready to awaken what has been buried. He is ready to pour out fire on dry bones. He is ready to anoint your gift and send you into the harvest field. You see, beloved, the gift of God inside you was not placed there for comfort, for passivity, or for applause. It was not given to decorate your life. It was given to define your calling. And if you do not walk in it, something eternal will go undone in your generation. God has divinely orchestrated your time on this earth, placing you in this exact hour, not by accident, not by coincidence, but by sovereign appointment. He did not assign your gift to the past, nor reserve it for a future time. He assigned it to now because the cry of this broken world, the pain of this present age, the deep darkness suffocating the hearts of men, it demands your obedience now. There is a holy urgency rising in the Spirit. It's not a time to be neutral. It's not a time to hide your fire under tradition or fear or the approval of man. There is a trumpet sounding in the spirit realm, calling forth the hidden vessels, the overlooked intercessors, the silenced prophets, the weary encouragers, the quiet evangelists who have been wandering in the wilderness. The trumpet is sounding, saying, "Come forth. It's time to take your place. It's time to use what I have given you. For the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Not because they are missing, but because too many are still doubting what God placed within them." That's why we say you must understand this. Your spiritual gift is not just something you have, it's something you steward. It's not a trophy on your shelf, it's a weapon in your hands. If you bury it, the kingdom lacks a piece of its arsenal. If you neglect it, the battle suffers loss. That's why Paul exhorted young Timothy in 2 Timothy 1:6, "Therefore I remind you to stir up the gift of God, which is in you through the laying on of my hands." Stir it up. Fan it into flame. Don't wait for someone else to do it. Don't wait for conditions to be perfect. You are not waiting on God. He is waiting on you. So many sit paralyzed by comparison. They measure their calling against others. They weigh their worth on the scales of social media, influence, or platform size. But let me tell you something. with every ounce of holy fire in my soul. God does not anoint comparison. He anoints obedience. He does not bless imitation. He blesses authenticity. You don't need their voice, their talent, or their path. What you need is to awaken to your own, to fully embrace your portion, your oil, your calling. When God spoke to Jeremiah, he said, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." Yet Jeremiah answered in fear, "I do not know how to speak. I am too young." And how did God reply? "Do not say, 'I am too young.' You must go to all whom I send you and speak whatever I command. Do not be afraid, for I am with you and I will deliver you." That very same voice which spoke to Jeremiah is speaking to you right now. Do not say, "I am too weak, too sinful, too late, too small." If God created you, then He has also equipped you. If He has appointed you, He will surely anoint you in His time. And behold the beauty of holy partnership. God could have chosen to fulfill His will through the command of angels, by the breath of His mouth, by the thunder of heaven itself. But instead, He chose you. Flesh and blood, imperfect clay molded by holy hands. You are not a mistake. You are a miracle in motion. The Holy Spirit is not looking for polished vessels. He is looking for yielded ones. He is not searching for flawless perfection. He is searching for surrendered hearts. And when you walk in your gift, miracles follow. Yes, miracle, because the spiritual gift is not merely natural, it is supernatural. It flows not from your intellect, but from God's Spirit. When Peter walked in his gift, thousands were saved with a single sermon. When Paul moved in his anointing, demons fled, churches were birthed, and the gospel spread like wildfire. When Tabitha used her gift of compassion and sewing, the community wept when she died and rejoiced when God raised her back to life. Her ministry wasn't on a stage. It was through a needle and thread, but it was anointed. It was powerful. It was kingdom. Let me declare this to every mother raising children in silence. Your gift of nurture is prophetic. To the counselor who listens more than they speak, your gift of wisdom breaks chains. To the janitor who prays over the floor he cleans, your faith sanctifies ground others overlook. To the grandmother who intercedes alone in her room, your cries shake heavens and prepare atmospheres for generations to come. Do not let the world define what ministry looks like. Ministry is using your gift wherever God has placed you to reveal His love and His truth. But let me also warn you, every gift comes with weight. The anointing costs something. The oil of your calling is pressed out in private surrender, in seasons of isolation, in battles no one else sees. There will be trials that do not make sense. There will be storms you didn't cause. There will be betrayals that sting deeper than words can express. But all of it, the fire, the shaking, the breaking, is not to destroy you. It is to purify the vessel so that the gift inside of you can flow without mixture. God is more interested in your character than your charisma, and the weight of the gift must rest on a foundation of holiness. And if you need proof that God desires to use you, yes, you, look no further than the cross. Look at the pierced hands of Jesus, stretched wide not just to redeem your soul, but to release your calling. He did not bleed for you to sit in silence. He did not rise from the grave so you could live a life of religious routine. He poured out His Spirit so that you would become His witness, His ambassador, His royal priesthood. a vessel of divine gifting and glory in a dark and dying world. The blood that saved you is the same blood that qualifies you. The cross doesn't just forgive your past, it awakens your future. When Jesus said, "It is finished," he wasn't just speaking of the penalty of sin. He was also announcing the release of divine destiny to everyone who would believe. That includes the weary. That includes the broken. That includes the unqualified. That includes the overlooked. There is no one beyond the reach of redemption, and there is nothing about your story that disqualifies you from your spiritual assignment. But listen closely. To use your spiritual gift, you must come out of hiding. Adam hid among the trees when he sinned. Elijah hid in the cave when he feared Jezebel. Jonah ran and hid on a ship going in the wrong direction. But every time God came calling, "Adam, where are you? Elijah, what are you doing here? Jonah, arise and go." God always comes for the gifted, because the gift you carry is not about you. It's about souls. It's about the people who are bound waiting to be set free by the touch of God through your obedience. I tell you now with trembling in my soul, your gift is the answer to someone's prayer. Your obedience is the bridge to someone's healing. Your surrender is the key to someone else's deliverance. God did not give you that gift to make you feel important. He gave you that gift to build His body. 1 Corinthians 12 says, "We are one body, but many members. Each one has a part. Each one is necessary." You are not just nice to have. You are needed. If you don't function in your gift, the body of Christ suffers lack. And don't think for a moment that your gift is limited to the four walls of the church. Some of you have gifts meant for the marketplace, for media, for education, for the arts, for politics, for business. The kingdom of God is not confined to a building. It is not defined by pews and pulpits. It is everywhere. The King rules, and He is raising up sons and daughters with fire in their bones to carry the gospel into every corner of society. Not just by preaching, but by being the message, by walking in wisdom, by leading with justice, by creating with excellence, by shining with integrity. That is your ministry. That is your platform. That is your assignment. The Spirit of the Lord is searching for those who will say yes to this higher call. Not a call to be famous, but a call to be faithful. Not a call to be comfortable, but a call to be crucified. The crucified life is the only soil where the true gift of God can grow, because the flesh will always try to hijack the gift for its own glory. Pride will try to take the throne. But when your heart is nailed to the cross and your soul cries, "Not my will, but yours be done," then and only then will your gift operate with holy fire. You must get this deep into your spirit. The gift of God is not earned, but it is stewarded. It is maintained through intimacy. It is sharpened through discipline. It is refined through humility. And it is fueled by love. If you try to use your gift without love, you are just a clanging cymbal. If you preach without love, serve without love, prophesy without love, it is all noise. Love is not just the motivation, it is the very power that flows through the gift. And love will lead you into the uncomfortable. Love will stretch you to lay hands on the sick when no one else will. Love will call you to speak truth when everyone else stays silent. Love will send you to wash feet, to pray through the night, to carry burdens not your own, because you realize the gift in you was never about your elevation, but about someone else's salvation. I feel the Spirit impressing this deeply. Your gift is a holy trust. It is not something to hoard. It is something to pour out. When the woman with the alabaster jar broke it at Jesus' feet, the fragrance filled the room. It was costly. It was extravagant, and some criticized her. But Jesus said, "She has done a beautiful thing to me." In the same way, when you break your gift open at the feet of Jesus, when you pour it out without restraint, He calls it beautiful. Yes, there will be those who mock your gift. There will be those who misunderstand it. But don't let the opinions of the crowd silence the voice of the King. Obey God, even if no one claps, even if no one sees, even if no one thanks you, because He sees. He remembers, and He rewards in secret what is done in secret. And to those who feel empty, as if the gift inside you has dried up, I speak life over you right now in Jesus' name. The river of God has not stopped flowing. You may have let it become clogged with disappointment, with busyness, with sin, with bitterness, but the well is still there. Dig again like Isaac digging up the wells of his father Abraham. Go back to the places where the Spirit once flowed. Go back to the altar. Go back to your first love. Go back to the quiet place where God first whispered your name. Let Him cleanse you. Let Him fill you. Let Him reignite the fire. The gift is still there. It just needs to be stirred. Oh, beloved, do not waste another day. Time is short. Eternity is near. Souls hang in the balance. This is the hour to rise in holy boldness, in Spirit-filled clarity, in relentless obedience. Let your gift be your weapon. Let your life be your sermon. Let your surrender be your legacy. And now I speak to the one who has sat in silence for far too long. You've heard sermons and you've sung songs. You've prayed prayers. But still something inside you feels untapped, unused, unknown. You've watched others walk in their calling while you remain unsure, uncertain, even unworthy. But I declare to you, under the authority of God's Word and the urgency of the Holy Spirit, it is time for you to arrive. Not tomorrow, not when life settles, not when you feel ready now. Because the kingdom is not built by those who feel ready. It is built by those who trust that God will meet them in their obedience. Hear this deep in your soul. God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the call. The calling comes first. The anointing comes next. You don't need to have all the answers before you begin. Abraham didn't. He left his homeland not knowing where he was going, but trusting the one who had called him. And because he moved in faith, he became the father of nations. If you wait for full clarity before you move, you will miss the miracle hidden in your obedience. The gifts of God are waiting to be activated not through emotion, but through surrender, not through striving, but through intimacy. You will not discover your gift by chasing after titles, platforms, or recognition. You will discover it when you go into your secret place. Close the door and say, Lord, whatever you've placed in me, use it. Even if it breaks me, even if it costs me, even if no one sees me, use it. And from that place, the anointing will begin to flow. Not because of your strength, but because of your weakness, surrendered at the feet of a holy God. And do not underestimate the gift just because it does not look like someone else's. In the kingdom of God, obedience is greater than visibility. Some of the greatest gifts are quiet, hidden like roots beneath the surface. They are the unseen strength that holds up the visible tree. The gift of intercession, the gift of discernment, the gift of hospitality, the gift of serving. They may never be praised on a stage, but in heaven they ring like thunder. Jesus said, "The greatest among you will be your servant." And when you serve through your gift, You become great in the eyes of the only one who matters. Don't wait until you feel brave. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is obedience in the face of fear. Gideon was hiding in a wine press when the angel called him mighty warrior. He didn't feel mighty. He didn't look mighty. But God saw beyond his hesitation and into the destiny buried deep inside him. And when Gideon finally obeyed, though he was vastly outnumbered, God used him to deliver an entire nation. Why? Because your gift, activated by faith, will always be stronger than the opposition coming against you. But be warned, your gift will be tested, not to break you, but to strengthen you. God is not just after public performance. He is after private purification. The giver of the gift is also the refiner of the vessel. You must walk through fire, not because you are forgotten, but because you are chosen. And chosen people don't live easy lives. They live consecrated ones. There is a cost to carrying something holy. There is a cost to wielding something eternal. And that cost is your will, your pride, your comfort, and your control. But oh, the reward! The reward of walking in your gift is not just joy, it's eternal impact. Every time you use your gift for God's glory, heaven rejoices and hell trembles. You tip the scales in the spiritual realm. You shine light into darkness. You become the hands and feet of Jesus in a world that desperately needs Him. The gift you carry is not about you. It's about generations. It's about those who will encounter God through the unique expression of His Spirit flowing through your life. Don't let fear paralyze what faith was meant to release. Don't let guilt chain what grace was meant to free. Don't let shame mute what the blood of Jesus has already redeemed. The enemy will always attack the area where you are gifted. He fears your potential. He dreads your awakening. That's why he sends distraction, discouragement, and disillusionment to keep you from discovering who you really are in Christ. But the moment you stop listening to the liar and start listening to the Spirit, everything changes. The world does not need more polished speakers or popular influencers. The world needs anointed people, people who have been with God, people who walk in holiness, people who carry a heavenly burden, people who cry out in the night, not for fame, but for souls, people who are willing to be broken bread and poured out wine so that others might live. That's what your gift is for. It's not to elevate you, it's to resurrect others. Your gift is not just about the here and now, it echoes into eternity. Every time you use it, you sow seeds that will outlive your lifetime. Some of the greatest revivals were birthed not by preachers, but by prayer warriors, not by scholars, but by surrendered hearts. You may never know the full impact of your gift on this side of heaven. But one day, you'll see. One day you'll stand before the throne, and faces will appear. People you never met, lives you never touched directly, and they will say, because you obeyed, I found Jesus. I found healing, I found purpose. That is the glory of a life fully given. That is the miracle of a gift faithfully used. So I ask you again, what are you doing with what God placed inside of you? Not what someone else placed on you, not what society expects from you, not what your past says about you, but what God Himself handcrafted, wrapped in glory, and placed inside your spirit when He dreamed you into existence. Are you burying it? Are you hiding it? Are you minimizing it? Or are you ready to unleash it? Because the same Spirit that hovered over the deep, that raised Christ from the grave, that shook the upper room with fire and power, that same Spirit lives inside of you. He is not silent. He is not distant. He is not asleep. He is waiting. Waiting for your yes. Waiting for your obedience. Waiting for your surrender. And when that surrender is real, when it burns in your bones like a holy fire, you will see the gift rise. You will feel it stir. You will move with purpose. You will speak with power. You will serve with joy. You will carry the fragrance of Christ. And everywhere you go, the atmosphere will shift because heaven lives in you. There is something sacred about the moment you truly recognize what God has deposited in your soul. It's like waking up from a long sleep. Your spiritual eyes begin to open, and suddenly you realize you were never ordinary. You were never meant to blend in, never meant to merely exist. You were formed in fire, fashioned with divine hands and marked by eternity. That breath in your lungs, it carries the weight of destiny. That stirring in your belly, it's the Spirit of God reminding you you were created for more than survival. You were created to shift atmospheres and break chains. But let me go deeper. There's a reason the devil has been after your identity. There's a reason you've been attacked since childhood. It's because the devil doesn't fear your past. He fears your potential. He fears the sound of your voice when you finally speak with anointing. He fears the touch of your hands when you finally lay them on the sick and they recover. He fears the vision in your eyes when you finally see as God sees. He fears the movement in your feet when you finally walk in obedience. He doesn't fear church attendance. He fears spiritual awakening. That's why your battles have been so relentless. That's why confusion tried to paralyze you. That's why shame tried to mute you. That's why people the enemy planted tried to betray and belittle you. Because if you ever tap into what God placed inside you, you become dangerous. Not to men, but to hell itself. You become a living flame, a moving altar, a carrier of kingdom power. And the enemy's lies lose their grip in the presence of someone who knows who they are in Christ. That's why I urge you, stop looking for your spiritual gift in the mirror of man. Stop trying to fit into systems that were never built to contain your calling. God didn't design you for religious routine. He designed you for radical faith. The Pharisees had tradition, but the disciples had power. The religious elite could quote Scripture, but the Spirit-filled apostles moved in it. That's the difference. When you walk in your gift, Scripture becomes alive in you. You become the vessel through which heaven speaks, heals, restores, and transforms. Do not think for a second that your gift is too small. Heaven does not measure value by volume. God is not impressed by outward display. He looks at purity. He looks at obedience. He looks at intent. The widow who gave 2 mites gave more than the rich man with bags of gold because she gave from her heart. In the same way, your surrendered gift, even if unseen by man, is glorious in the eyes of God. Whether it's preaching to thousands or praying for one lost soul in secret, it is holy. And here is a truth that must pierce your heart. Your gift is not for your elevation. It is for someone else's deliverance. Your breakthrough becomes their blueprint. Your scars become their hope. Your voice becomes their alarm clock from spiritual slumber. When you don't use your gift, people suffer. That may sound intense, but it's reality. We are one body, and when one part doesn't function, the whole body is hindered. You are not optional. You are not replaceable. You are essential. Romans 12:6 says, "We have different gifts according to the grace given to each of us." And I want you to catch that. Grace given. Your gift is a form of grace. It's not earned. It's not deserved. It's grace manifested through function, and grace flows when you stay in alignment with the one who gave it. That's why spiritual gifts flourish in intimacy, not performance. They are fueled in the secret place, not in public applause. Some of you are asking, but how do I know my gift? The answer is not found in a test. It is found in a relationship. Get alone with the Holy Spirit. Ask Him, listen, reflect, what burdens you? What ignites a holy fire in your bones? What brings you to tears when others don't seem moved? That is often the clue to your assignment. Your gift is often hidden in your holy frustration. What breaks your heart is often what God is calling you to heal. Let me tell you, when you operate in your gift, there is no striving. There is no pretending. There is no burnout. Because the grace of God empowers what He designed you to do. That doesn't mean it will be easy, but it will be anointed. You will find strength that is not your own. You will experience joy in the fire. You will walk with boldness in battle because you are not performing. You are flowing in divine order. And here's something else the Lord is revealing even now. Your gift doesn't just bless others, it transforms you. As you pour out, He fills you. As you step out, He lifts you. As you release what's in your hand, He reveals more of what's in His heart. And you begin to realize this gift is not a burden. It is an invitation into deeper communion with the giver. But be vigilant, because where there is anointing, there will also be imitation. The enemy will try to twist your gift into pride, performance, or distraction. He'll try to get you to build your own kingdom rather than God's. That's why you must stay rooted, stay humble, stay pure. Let your gift serve, not shine. Let it edify, not exalt. Let it glorify Him, not you. And let me speak to the one who has been sitting on their gift because of wounds from the past. Maybe a leader shut you down. Maybe a parent didn't affirm you. Maybe a friend mocked you. But I want you to hear this in your spirit. Man did not give you your gift, so man cannot take it away. The only one with authority over your gift is the one who placed it inside you. And He is saying, come forth. He is saying, I remember what I planted. I have not changed my mind. You are not too broken. You are not too late. You are not too far gone. You are still chosen. You are still anointed. You are still called. And now is the time to rise. Yes, you will stumble. Yes, you will have moments of doubt. But the righteous fall 7 times and rise again. Don't you dare stay on the ground, dust off your gift. Lay it before the Lord and say, God, if you can still use me, here I am. And I promise you, He will answer, because He's not looking for perfection. He's looking for yes. So discover your gift, protect it, put it to work, and let it multiply, for there is a generation longing for what you carry. There is a famine of the Spirit in this land, and the bread is in your hands. You are the answer to someone's desperate midnight prayer. You are the hands and feet of Christ to a soul wandering through the dark. Do not let fear bury what faith was created to release. The hour is drawing late. The fields are ripe, and the Spirit of God is on the move. Will He find you faithful? Will He find you prepared? Will He find you ablaze with holy fire? Because this is more than just another message. This is a sending forth, a sacred moment, a summons from heaven. And if you respond not merely with words, but with your very life, then your gift will become an open door for miracles, a weapon of light against the darkness, and a legacy that will resound through eternity. God is ready to catapult you into a fresh realm. I don't know who needs to hear this, but you've been weeping in hidden places, waiting in quiet, asking when the tide will turn. You stayed loyal when it felt like no one noticed. You survived assaults that would have crushed a lesser spirit. You have walked through flames, weathered storms, been pushed aside, felt isolated, and fought battles that rattled your soul. Yet here you are, still upright. I'm here to proclaim with holy certainty, this is not the finale. This is the launch point. This is the breath before your destiny erupts. God is preparing to move in your life in ways no eye has witnessed, no ear has heard, and no heart has imagined. He is working behind the curtain in the hush, setting the stage to lift you into a realm you have never entered. When God is about to act, He first separates. He draws you away from the familiar so He can shape you in the holy. You may feel like you've been hidden, but hidden does not mean forgotten. Hidden means preserved, protected, set apart for a greater purpose. God hides His chosen ones before He reveals them. He covers what He plans to crown. And you, my friend, have been in the workshop of heaven. God has been refining you, molding you, breaking off every weight, cutting away every distraction, removing every counterfeit connection, because where He's taking you, the old things can't go. There's a stirring in the spirit right now. Something is shifting. The pain wasn't random. The delay wasn't a denial. The loneliness wasn't punishment. It was preparation. You had to be stripped so that nothing would interfere with what God is getting ready to place in your hands. You had to be crushed so that the fragrance of your life would rise like incense before Him. You had to be humbled so that pride wouldn't poison the blessing that is coming. God never promotes without preparation. And you've been in the furnace. You've been under pressure. You've been crying out, God, when? God, how long? But He hasn't forgotten you. He has heard every prayer, seen every tear, and counted every sleepless night. And I came to tell you with fire in my bones, your waiting is not in vain. God is about to launch you. Not just lift you, not just bless you, hunt you. That means you're not going back to the same level. You're going into a dimension you've never known. A place of authority, a place of power, a place of favor, a place where your enemies will watch from a distance and know God was with you all along. You see, the enemy tried to bury you, but he didn't know you were a seed. He tried to silence you, but he didn't know. God was amplifying your voice through suffering. He tried to wear you down, hoping you would quit before the breakthrough came. But God sustained you. God strengthened you. God shielded you. And now the time has come. The heavens are declaring it. The earth is groaning for it. Creation is waiting for the manifestation of what God has placed inside you. Don't be discouraged by the silence. The silence before the launch is sacred. Rockets don't make noise while they're fueling. They roar when it's time to rise. And you've been fueling in obscurity. You've been gathering strength in secret. But now the countdown has begun. God is aligning the right doors, the right people, the right moment. Everything is about to converge. And when it does, no man, no devil, no system, and no obstacle will be able to hold you back. You may not feel qualified. You may not feel ready. But God doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And you have been called. Not just for survival, not just to get by. You've been called to dominate, to take territory, to walk in divine purpose with boldness, courage, and power. The fire you walked through was the furnace that forged your faith. The betrayal you survived was the training ground for your discernment. The rejection you endured was God's redirection toward your real assignment. God is not just preparing a blessing for you. He's preparing you for the blessing. Because if He launched you too soon, the weight of it would crush you. But now, because you didn't give up, because you kept praying, because you kept believing, when nothing made sense, you are ready. You are ready to carry what others couldn't handle, ready to build what others only dreamed about, ready to lead, to impact, to shift atmospheres, to walk with authority that comes only from walking with God. And let me tell you this, when God launches you, it won't be a small thing. It won't be a whisper. It will be undeniable. It will silence the mouths of the mockers. It will confound those who doubted you. It will make even your enemies acknowledge the hand of God on your life. You won't need to announce it. You won't need to prove anything. The evidence will speak louder than any words. The fruit will silence every critic. The glory will rest upon you in such a way that people will wonder how you survived what you went through, and you will simply say, God. You see, the launch is not about your talent. It's not about your connections. It's about your obedience. God elevates those who are willing to trust Him when it doesn't make sense. Those who will go where He says, even when it hurts. Those who will surrender their plans so He can fulfill His purpose. That's who God launches. Not the loud, not the flashy, but the faithful. The ones who pray in the midnight hour. The ones who forgive when it's not deserved. The ones who keep showing up even when it feels like nothing is changing. That's you. You've passed the test. You've endured the crushing. You've survived the waiting. And now you're on the edge of destiny. The pressure you feel is not an attack. It's propulsion. The pain you feel is not the end. It's the beginning of something bigger than you can imagine. You're not just turning a page. You're stepping into a whole new book. A dimension where favor follows you, where power flows through you, where peace surrounds you like a shield, where your voice carries weight, where your prayers shift atmospheres, where your steps are ordered and your path is lit by the presence of God. The old doors are closing not to punish you, but to push you into what's next. The old relationships are fading not because you failed, but because you outgrew the soil. You're not being punished. You're being positioned. Positioned for divine encounters. Positioned for supernatural acceleration. Positioned to walk in rooms that your resume never qualified you for. God is about to open doors that no man can shut, and shut doors that no man can open. He is about to place you in positions where your only explanation will be, this is the hand of God. And as God launches you, understand this. Not everyone can go with you. Not everyone will understand the shift. Some will question the change in your life. Not because you're wrong, but because they're too attached to the version of you that fit their comfort. But God is not launching you to stay familiar. God is launching you to be set apart. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out. The new dimension God is taking you into requires boldness, obedience, and unwavering trust. It's a realm where compromise cannot survive, and where faith is your only fuel. God does not elevate based on popularity. God elevates based on purity, perseverance, and purpose. You don't need validation from man when you've been commissioned by God. You don't need applause when heaven has already approved you. You've spent too long explaining yourself to people who lack the spiritual eyesight to see what God is doing in your life. Stop shrinking to fit into rooms that were never built for the magnitude of your assignment. Stop watering down your voice to make others comfortable. God is calling you into a dimension where clarity, courage, and conviction will define your every move. This next level requires separation from distractions. God is calling you to a deeper discipline, a higher level of thinking, a sharper level of discernment. You can't carry bitterness where you're going. You can't carry old fears, old wounds, and old patterns. God is trying to take you into a dimension where your spirit is free, your mind is renewed, and your soul is anchored in truth. You're not just entering a season, you're entering a spiritual territory, a domain where your authority is not based on title, but on time spent with God in the secret place. When God launches you, it may feel lonely at first. The higher you rise, the fewer the voices around you. But don't fear the silence. It's in that silence that God begins to download vision, strategies, instructions, wisdom that this world can't offer. You are being entrusted with revelation that can shake systems, shift lives, and break generational cycles. You are being called to carry a voice that disrupts darkness, a presence that changes atmospheres, a spirit that refuses to settle for the ordinary. The dimension God is launching you into is not for the faint of heart. It's not for those who live to please the crowd. It's for those who walk by divine instruction, those who can hear the whisper of God in the middle of noise, those who won't bow to pressure, who won't fold under fire, who won't compromise their integrity for temporary recognition. This is a dimension for the brave, for the pure, or the surrendered. Do you not perceive it? Do you not feel it stirring? God is doing a new thing, not just around you, but inside of you. Your thoughts are changing. Your appetites are changing. Your circle is shifting. Your vision is becoming clearer. You no longer crave what once satisfied you because your spirit is hungry for what only God can provide. You're no longer distracted by surface-level pursuits because your soul is now chasing after deeper purpose. God is releasing you from things that no longer serve your destiny. You thought they were losses, but they were actually divine subtractions. You thought it was rejection, but it was protection. You thought it was a closed door, but it was a divine redirection. And now that the clutter is being cleared, now that the fog is lifting, you can finally see what God has been trying to show you all along. You were born for more. Not more in terms of material things, but more impact, more clarity, more peace, more obedience, more spiritual authority. God is calling you to a place where your prayers shift nations, your words pierce the hearts of many, and your life becomes a living testimony of the power and sovereignty of God. This is not about fame. This is about fire, a holy fire, a spiritual boldness that will make you walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere without saying a word, because the glory of God will rest on you so heavily that people will feel the weight of your obedience. You didn't go through the pain for nothing. You didn't endure the wilderness to die in it. The dry places were a proving ground. God was watching how you responded when no one else was clapping. He was watching how you responded when your prayers seemed unanswered. When people turned their backs on you, when you had every reason to quit, but you chose to keep going. That's what God honors. Not perfection, but perseverance. Not charisma, but character. And because you remain steadfast, God is now raising you up. You've been faithful over the small things. Now God is about to make you ruler over greater. But understand this, with greater elevation comes greater responsibility. With greater visibility comes greater accountability. You cannot walk into this new dimension carrying an old mindset. You must be renewed, refined, re-entered in the presence of God. Because where you're going, distractions can destroy you. Pride can poison you, but humility will preserve you. So guard your heart, stay in alignment, keep your motives pure. Let your yes to God be louder than your fear of man. Let your hunger for truth be stronger than your desire for applause. Let your obedience be swift, your prayer life be deep, and your spirit be sensitive. Because in this next dimension, God is going to speak in ways you've never heard before. He's going to move through you in ways that will surprise even you. Doors will open that you didn't even knock on. Resources will appear from unexpected places. Favor will follow you like a shadow. But you must remain grounded, rooted, anchored in God and God alone. The treasure of people will ask, how did this happen? How did you rise so fast? How did you walk through all of that and still carry peace? And you will say, it was only God. Not my strength, not my plan, not my wisdom. It was God. Every step, every door, every victory, God. Because when God launches you, He makes sure you don't get the glory. He makes sure that those who see you know there is a divine hand at work. You are not entering this new dimension to impress. You are entering to impact, to build, to transform, to walk with authority that breaks chains off others, to release a sound that wakens sleeping spirits, to carry a fire that revives the broken. God didn't save you for comfort. He saved you for purpose. And that purpose is now being ignited. When God begins to launch you into a new dimension, you must prepare for the unfamiliar. The new dimension is not just a place of promotion, it is a place of precision. It is not simply a reward for your suffering, it is a responsibility for your calling. The level of accountability increases because you are no longer just surviving battles. You are now commanding in them. You're no longer reacting to the attacks. You are discerning them before they come. In this new realm, your spirit must be sensitive. Your mind must be sharp. And your heart must remain surrendered to God alone. God does not elevate for the sake of ego. He elevates for the sake of impact. And He chooses those who have been emptied of pride, stripped of self-will, and broken enough to know that without Him, they are nothing. If you still seek the approval of people, you are not ready for what God is about to do. If you still crave comfort more than calling, then this dimension will intimidate you. But if you are hungry for God, if you are willing to move by His instruction, even when it disrupts your logic and stretches your faith, then get ready. You are entering the realm of divine movements. This is the dimension where obedience trumps understanding, where the instructions God gives you may not always make sense in the natural, but your spirit will know they carry the weight of destiny. When God told you to walk away from that place, when He shut that door you thought you needed, He wasn't taking from you. He was preparing the platform for your launching because what is coming requires total alignment. Partial obedience will not sustain you here. God is calling for the kind of surrender that says, even if I don't understand, I will trust. Even if I don't see it now, I will believe. Even if it costs me everything, I will follow. In this dimension, God will place you in situations that stretch your capacity, not to break you, but to build you. He will allow circumstances to expose your weaknesses, not to shame you, but to strengthen your dependence on Him. You are being equipped with spiritual weapons that do not rust with time. patience, discernment, restraint, peace in chaos, wisdom in uncertainty, silence in storms. These are not traits the world teaches, but they are traits heaven honors. They are marks of those God launches. Some of you have been through spiritual isolation, and you wondered why God removed you from everyone. But isolation is often divine incubation. God placed you in solitude to speak to you without noise. He distanced you from the crowd so He could draw you close to Him. What you thought was rejection was preservation, because God would not allow voices to contaminate the vision He was birthing in you. And now, the vision is ready. The time has come, but He wants you to know this launch is not about applause. It's about assignment. It's not about being seen. It's about being sent. When God launches you, you cannot take old habits into new heights and need. You cannot cling to broken mindsets while expecting breakthrough. The new dimension requires internal transformation before external elevation. And that's why you had to go through the crushing. That's why the process was long. That's why it felt like you were forgotten. Because God was not only preparing the path for you, He was preparing you for the path. The weight of what you are about to carry demanded a deeper root system. Shallow faith cannot sustain divine assignment. And so God took His time with you. Don't despise the stretching. Don't resist the pruning. Every tear, every unanswered prayer, every lonely night was molding something eternal in you. God saw what you could not see. He foresaw the battles you would face in this next level. And in His mercy, He didn't rush your process. He covered you while you healed. He refined you while you doubted. He matured you while you waited. And now that your roots are deep, now that your foundation is strong, He is about to propel you with such force that you will look back in awe at how quickly things changed. But with that speed comes stewardship. What God is placing in your hands must not be misused. Your influence, your voice, your time, your impact, all of it must remain surrendered. God did not raise you to glorify yourself. He raised you to reflect His power, to point others to Him, to build what will outlive you. And that's why your name doesn't need to be known, because your life will carry a weight that names can't hold. Your presence will shift atmospheres not because of who you are, but because of the one who walks with you. The enemy tried to confuse you because he saw what was coming. He tried to cloud your mind with fear, with self-doubt, with distractions. He tried to convince you that you were too late, too broken, too insignificant. But what the enemy didn't understand is that your launch wasn't based on your perfection, it was based on your perseverance. You kept showing up. You kept seeking God. You kept praying in the middle of the storm, and now the heavens are aligning. Now the gates are opening. Now the winds are shifting in your favor. Not because of man, but because of God. And when God launches you, it won't be subtle. The change will be undeniable. The shift will be sudden. Doors you couldn't even find will open before you. Resources you didn't ask for will come to you. People who once ignored you will try to reach for you, but you'll know that your help comes not from people, but from God. You'll walk through rooms with a calm confidence, not because of what you wear, but because of what you carry. And you will move with purpose. You will speak with clarity. You will serve with humility because you will know this is not your doing. This is God's divine movement and God light here. There will be moments where it feels overwhelming, where the weight of the assignment feels heavy. But remember this, if God launched you into it, He will sustain you through it. His strength is made perfect in your surrender. His guidance is available in your stillness. His provision is hidden in your obedience. You will never lack what you need when you remain anchored in God. He does not send without supply. He does not call without covering. He does not assign without assistance. This is your time. This is the divine window you've been praying for. But you must be courageous. You must rise above the noise, walk past the fear, and step into what God has prepared. The atmosphere around you is about to shift. The people connected to you are about to witness a transformation they cannot explain. Not because you became someone else, but because you finally stepped into who God always said you were. And in that step, the old you falls away. The small thinking dies. The limited living is destroyed because when God launches, He leaves no room for the ordinary. So walk into this next dimension with boldness. Carry the fire of your trials with you. Let it fuel your passion, deepen your compassion, and elevate your intercession. You've been through too much to play small. You've endured too long to second-guess the calling. God is not just lifting you, He is entrusting you. He is placing you where you will influence, restore, and build for His purpose. The old season was your classroom, but now it's time for deployment. The tests are over. The refining is complete. The wind is behind you. The door is before you. And the voice of God is saying, go. You are not who you were. You are who God has shaped through the fire. You are not defined by where you came from, but by where God is sending you. Let that truth steady your feet. Let it silence every doubt, because God is not done. He is only beginning. And you are His vessel for this moment. You are His messenger for this generation. You are His warrior for this battle. And now by His will, by His timing, and for His glory, God is launching you. God is not launching you for convenience. He is launching you for conquest. This is not about stepping into a more comfortable season. This is about stepping into a season of spiritual dominion. You are about to walk into a territory that the enemy once ruled, and your very presence will shake the foundations of darkness. When God launches, it is not for display. It is for disruption. The systems that once oppressed you will now bow to the power God is placing in your voice. The same battles that used to overwhelm you will now be under your feet, because God is not just promoting you. He is positioning you as a force for His divine agenda on earth. Understand the weight of what's being released into your life. This goes beyond a single victory. It moves through generations. The chains you shatter now will liberate faces you'll never meet. The thresholds you step across will remain open so others can follow. The prayers you whispered alone are igniting flames in places you've never set foot. You are more than a beneficiary of God's favor. You are its steward. And carrying something that potent means you cannot treat it lightly. Walk with awe, with deliberate purpose, with fire in your marrow and purity in your motives. In this new realm, God will sometimes call you to voice what others fear, to expose what others ignore, to stand unshaken when others bend, to bring comfort. Do not pull back. Do not dilute the message to make it easier for the spiritually asleep to swallow. You have not been called to lull the weary into deeper slumber. You have been called to awaken the dry bones. You have been chosen to carry a voice that resurrects dead visions, revives broken dreams, and restores wounded hearts. The shift that is coming will not be without resistance. When God begins to launch you, forces will rise to distract, to delay, to derail. But stay focused, stay planted, stay drenched in prayer, because the enemy doesn't attack what isn't a threat. And you, because of what God has placed inside you, are a threat to the kingdom of darkness. Your presence in this world is not an accident. Your pain was not in vain. Your warfare was not wasted. Everything you've endured has prepared you to walk in spiritual boldness. And now that God is moving, you must be ready to act. This dimension will not operate by sight. It will operate by spiritual sensitivity. You must discern where to go, what to say, when to move, and when to be still. Every step must be surrendered. Every decision soaked in prayer. You are not being launched for performance. You're being launched for purpose. And that purpose is not about platforms. It's about people. It's about impact. It's about obedience to the divine blueprint God wrote for your life before you ever took your first breath. Be warned, this next season may cost you some relationships. Everyone who started with you is not meant to finish with you. Some were only there to observe your preparation, not participate in your elevation. Let them go without guilt. Let them walk without explanation. Because where God is taking you, not everyone has the spiritual endurance to follow. Do not drag into your destiny what God already removed in your process. This launch is not dependent on the support of man. It is sustained by the hand of God alone. You've spent enough time questioning whether you're ready. God would not launch you if you weren't equipped. You may not feel ready, but your spirit has been made ready through the trials, the tests, the sleepless nights, the broken prayers, and the moments of deep surrender. You were forged in silence. You were strengthened in private. And now God is calling you to arise in power, not because of who you are, but because of who He is through you. The glory will never be yours. It belongs to God alone. Your story is just the canvas. God is the artist. The world is not in need of more noise. It needs voices that carry the weight of divine encounters. Voices that pierce through confusion with clarity. Lives that reflect the stillness and the strength of one who walks closely with the Most High. You are being launched not to impress, but to illuminate. To be a light in the thickest darkness. To be the echo of truth in a world drowned in deception. You are not called to fit in. You are called to stand out, to rise above, to walk so deeply in your God-given identity that compromise becomes impossible. Do not fear the cost. What you are walking into carries eternal significance. Your obedience now will create waves in generations to come. Your submission to God's timing is setting up divine appointments you haven't yet imagined. You are stepping into a realm where miracles are normal, where favor follows obedience, where your thoughts are not limited by human understanding, but elevated by divine revelation. But all of this requires one thing: complete surrender. Not partial obedience, not delayed submission. God is launching those who are fully yielded. This is a sacred moment, a holy acceleration, a divine release. Heaven has recorded every silent yes, every hidden sacrifice, every private battle. And now God is about to make public what He has refined in private. But this visibility is not for vanity. It is for victory, for others to see what it looks like when a life is laid down for God completely. You are not just going to be noticed. You are going to be needed. You are not just going to be seen. You are going to be sent. You are not just going to speak. You are going to shift lives. You have been marked. You have been chosen. You have been set apart for such a time as this. The spiritual realm is already adjusting to make room for your arrival. Things that once resisted you will now open at your command, not because of you, but because God walks with you. Mountains that once stood before you will move. Valleys that once swallowed your joy will now be filled with praise. And places that once knew you as broken will now witness you walking in healing, in purpose, in authority, in power. You must understand that when God launches you, He is not simply shifting your position, He is elevating your entire posture in the Spirit. This is not merely a change of location or situation. It is a transformation of how you walk, how you speak, how you think, and how you war in prayer. This new dimension is not for the emotionally fragile or the spiritually lukewarm. It is for those who have been made firm through fire, who have been taught by tears, and who have come to know God not by comfort but by covenant. You didn't arrive here by luck. You were carved by divine hands, shaped through hardship. And now you are being released to reflect the power of the one who has held you together in your breaking. In this divine season, your movements must be intentional. Your voice must carry clarity. Your steps must be synchronized with God's timing. You can no longer afford to walk by impulse or emotion. Your mission is too great. Your purpose too weighty. The margin for error is narrow because where God is taking you, your obedience will be the key that unlocks doors, not only for you but for generations after you. The new dimension God is ushering you into demands a new level of discipline. The comfort of yesterday's routine will not survive in the territory of tomorrow's calling. The language of fear must be replaced with the language of faith. The thoughts of limitation must bow to the truth of divine provision. God is not simply elevating your life. He is shifting your influence. He is turning your pain into a platform, your silence into a sound, and your endurance into evidence. The things that once intimidated you will now serve as reminders of your growth. You no longer respond the same. You no longer fear the noise. You no longer shrink under pressure. You've learned that the most powerful oil flows only after the olive is crushed. And now God is pouring from your life the fragrance of endurance, the aroma of righteousness, the strength that comes from complete dependence on Him. Do not become intoxicated by visibility. Remember, the launch is not the destination, it is the doorway. The dimension God is calling you into is not about being seen, but about being trusted. Being trusted to speak when it's easier to stay silent. Being trusted to remain pure when temptation knocks. Being trusted to serve without recognition. To give without condition and to love without limit. You are being trusted with territory, spiritual territory, that will test your identity, challenge your consistency, and require your unwavering focus. Do not mistake the pressure for punishment. What you feel now is the weight of assignment pressing against your comfort. It is the weight of glory resting on a vessel that has been made ready. You are not being crushed anymore. You are being carried, and God carries those whom He sends. God protects those whom He chooses. There is a hedge around your purpose. There is fire surrounding your steps, and the very things that once wounded you will now become weapons in your hands. Prepare yourself, because not everyone will celebrate this launch. There will be those who question it, those who critique it, those who try to diminish what God is doing in your life because they cannot comprehend it. But you must remain unmoved. Let their doubts strengthen your resolve. Let their silence sharpen your dependence. Let their distance drive you deeper into the presence of God. You were never meant to be defined by the applause or absence of people. Your value is rooted in the one who called you before you were even born. You are stepping into a realm where divine insight will replace natural logic, where God will reveal things to you before they happen, where your decisions will be led by peace, not pressure, where your presence will carry solutions, not just emotions. The world is not desperate for more talk. It is desperate for those who walk in the authority of truth. And you, child of God, have been appointed for such a time as this, not to echo the world, but to echo eternity. Do not be distracted by delay. Divine timing is always perfect. The delays you experienced were not denials. They were divine layers being added to your strength. The season where you saw no movement was the season where God was moving the most within you. You thought nothing was happening, but deep in the soil of your surrender, God was planting power. Now the roots have grown. The foundation has been tested, and what is about to spring forth will not be shallow or short-lived. It will be sustained because it was birthed in alignment. As God launches you, prepare for acceleration. You will cover more ground in less time. You will receive wisdom beyond your years. You will recover what was lost and even gain what was never expected. This is the power of divine positioning. When God says it's time, nothing and no one can hold you back. Not the systems of man, not the opinions of others, not even the past you thought would disqualify you. God is not concerned with where you've been. He's focused on where He's taking you. He is the one who redeems time. He is the one who restores years. He is the one who turns the rejected into rulers, the broken into builders, and the unknown into unshakable. In this new dimension, your posture must change. No more begging, no more doubting, no more pleading for what you already carry. Walk with quiet confidence. Pray with fire. Move with wisdom. Speak with weight. You are no longer who you used to be. You've walked through too much. You've seen too much. You've overcome too much to live like you're still in waiting. You're not waiting anymore. You're walking. You're not wondering anymore. You're witnessing. God is making it happen now, here, through you. So let the fear fall off. Let the shame dissolve. Let the comparisons be silenced. You don't need to look like anyone else, sound like anyone else, or move like anyone else. You were never meant to fit in. You are called to stand out, set apart by God's own hand. And when God marks you, there is no duplicate. When He launches you, it is not a repeat. It is a revelation, a new sound, a new strength, a new season. This is not just your moment, it is your mandate. You are not entering lightly. You are being released with fire, with purpose, with divine permission. What lies ahead is sacred. Guard it, honor it, steward it, and above all, remember this. The same God who lifted you will keep you. The same God who launched you will lead you. And the same God who called you will finish what He started in you. This is not the season for hesitation. When God launches you, hesitation becomes disobedience. You must respond when God speaks. Even if the road ahead is uncertain, even if the steps are invisible, even if the cost is high, because delayed obedience is still disobedience. And what God is doing in this new dimension will require a sharpened spirit a quickened heart, and a posture of immediate surrender. The time for questioning is over. The time for second guessing is over. Now is the time to move with divine precision, to act with spiritual urgency, to step forward without apology and without fear. The moment you begin to walk in what God has ordained for you, resistance will increase. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something right. The forces that once tolerated you will begin to tremble at your presence. The enemy doesn't war against the complacent. He wars against the obedient. He targets those who carry fire, those who carry purpose, those who are dangerous to darkness. But what he doesn't realize is that your foundation is no longer built on emotion. It is built on revelation. You are no longer driven by what you feel. You are anchored by what you know. And what you know is that God has called you. God has prepared you. And now God is launching you. You are stepping into territory where comfort cannot follow. In this new dimension, sacrifice becomes your offering. Praise becomes your weapon. Stillness becomes your strength. This is not the realm of religious ritual. This is the realm of spiritual reality. A reality where every step you take is guided by divine insight. A reality where you don't just survive, you command. You legislate in the Spirit. You shift atmospheres. You speak with weight, and your words release freedom. You declare with boldness, and chains begin to break. Not because of your eloquence, but because of the authority that flows from your alignment with God. People may not understand this version of you. They knew you in the wilderness. They knew you in the valley. But now, as you rise, some will try to reduce you to who you used to be. Let them talk. Let them wonder. You do not owe explanations for a move of God. The fruit of obedience will speak louder than any defense. The favor on your life will be the confirmation. You won't need to promote yourself. You won't need to push open any doors. When God launches you, the doors swing open by themselves. Not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. Because in you, this launch is not meant to inflate your name. It's meant to magnify God's plan. Your influence is not the prize. It's the platform for impact. And with that platform comes responsibility. Responsibility to remain holy when the crowd cheers. To remain humble when the spotlight shines. To remain hidden in the secret place, even when your name is on the lips of many. Because the higher God lifts you, the deeper you must go with Him. Elevation in the Spirit is sustained not by popularity, but by prayer. Not by performance, but by purity. Not by charisma, but by consistency in the presence of God. There will be moments in this new dimension where you will feel the pressure to compromise, pressure to dilute the message, pressure to soften your voice to accommodate the comfortable. But remember, God did not launch you to entertain. He launched you to awaken. You are not here to echo culture. You are here to establish the standard of truth. You are not called to blend in. You are called to stand up, to speak when it's not popular, to confront what is corrupt, to walk with integrity in a world that celebrates deception. This is the assignment. This is the burden, and this is the blessing. God does not launch the distracted, and He launches the devoted. He does not elevate those who seek applause. He elevates those who seek Him. And if your eyes remain fixed on Him, there is no height too great, no calling too weighty, no battle too fierce. God will give you grace for the assignment, strength for the warfare, peace for the journey, and wisdom for every step. You will not be led by fear. You will be led by fire, a fire that cannot be quenched, a fire that was birthed in nights of agony, long hours of prayer, and a heart that refused to give up even when it was breaking. The Lord doesn't dare just touch it. He lets it. You are not just crossing into a new season. You are stepping into divine timing. Everything that felt delayed, every door that didn't open, every relationship that ended, every path that closed, it was all orchestrated by God. He was not withholding from you. He was preparing you. He was stretching your capacity, training your ears, strengthening your resolve. And now, what was once a mystery will soon become a testimony. What confused you in the dark will make sense in the light. What felt like loss will now be seen as protection. You are being led, not left. You are being chosen, not overlooked. You are being elevated not by men, but by the Most High. And hear this clearly: you do not need the support of many when you are backed by God. You do not need the validation of those who once ignored your calling. You do not need permission from those who doubted you. God has already declared it. The command has already been spoken in the heavens. The launch has already been activated in the Spirit. Now it's time for your steps to match your revelation. Now it's time to walk in what you've prayed for, what you've cried for, what you've fasted for. This is the dimension of fulfillment. The dimension of execution, the dimension of walking out every promise God whispered to your spirit when no one else was listening. This is the call to listen. So stand without fear, stand without delay, stand without regret. You do not stand by yourself. The presence of God walks ahead of you. His strength wraps around you. His voice directs you. His hand holds you steady. This is the moment of spiritual growth, of living with unwavering purpose, of speaking truth with focus, of keeping silent when it's wise, and roaring with authority when it's commanded. You are not simply invited, you are set apart. Not just talented, you are ordained. Not just prepared, you are released. And once God releases you, no power on earth can undo it. So remain in His presence, walk in His will, hunger for His word, and let your life be the undeniable testimony that when God sends you forth, nothing is ever the same. Listen carefully, because what I'm about to say could be the single most important truth you hear all day. A smiling face does not always hide a loving heart. A warm handshake is not always a promise of peace. A gentle voice is not automatically a vessel of God's Spirit. There is a battle unfolding beyond our sight. While many move through life as if blind and deaf, those whose hearts are tuned to God can read the warnings clearly. Evil rarely arrives wearing obvious masks of flame and horns. More often it slips in wrapped in charisma, hidden behind manipulation, and painted over with deceit. Yet God, in His boundless wisdom, has not left you helpless. He marks the red flags. He sets down alarms. He murmurs caution into the spirit of those who walk in His light. God is not the author of confusion, and where evil dwells, confusion reigns. There are those who pretend to walk in the light, but their footsteps betray them. Their fruits are rotten, though they paint the tree in gold. And I declare to you today, if you are walking with God, He will not allow you to be deceived. But you must open your eyes and see. You must open your ears and listen, because the evil in this world hides behind polished faces and honeyed tongues. The first sign of evil is the absence of repentance. Listen to me now. Evil never says, "I was wrong." Evil never bows in humility before God. Instead, evil justifies itself. It twists the truth until wrong becomes right in its own eyes. These people will lie to cover their sin. But worse, they will lie to themselves. A person who cannot admit their wrongdoing is a person who has removed God from the throne of their conscience. They place their ego above truth. And when a man or woman does that, the spirit of darkness finds a home. If you see someone who always blames others, who never bends the knee to correction, know this: they are not walking with God, no matter how loudly they speak of Him. The second sign is manipulation. Evil loves to control without force. Evil wraps itself in sweet words and false promises. It lures, it charms, it flatters. It does not take the sword to your throat. It seduces your mind. Evil people are often the most persuasive, the most convincing. They know how to make you doubt yourself and trust them. But God has given you a spirit of truth. He has given you the ability to sense when something is off. Don't ignore the feeling in your spirit when someone says all the right words, but their presence feels wrong. Evil people operate through manipulation, not honesty. Through pressure, not peace. When someone constantly seeks to bend your will for their benefit, watch closely, for evil is near. The third sign is a delight in the downfall of others. Evil people rejoice when others fall. They gossip with pleasure. They spread rumors with a smile. They secretly clap when someone loses their job, their peace, their family, because it makes them feel superior. My brothers and sisters, God is not in that spirit. God uplifts. God mourns with the broken. God restores. But evil feeds off destruction. If someone celebrates your pain, if someone tries to crush you when you're already low, that is not a person of God. That is a vessel being used by something far darker. And no matter how well they mask it with kind gestures or spiritual words, if they laugh at another's tragedy, their heart has turned cold to God. The fourth sign is deceit. A liar walks hand in hand with the forces of evil. Lies are the language of darkness. And the one who lies casually, the one who lies to get ahead, the one who lies to tear another down, they are not just harming others. They are lining themselves with wickedness. God is a God of truth. His presence cannot dwell in a deceitful heart. Evil people will look you in the eye and lie without flinching. They will twist facts, rewrite events, and invent stories because the truth is too inconvenient for them. But remember, truth stands the test of time. Truth will expose the liar. If someone constantly lies and excuses it with smooth words, walk away. Their tongue is a flame that sets fire to everything holy. The fifth sign is arrogance. Oh, how evil feeds on pride. The spirit that says, I am better. The attitude that says, I deserve more. The mindset that refuses to serve but demands to rule. That spirit has no fellowship with God. Arrogance is the beginning of rebellion. It is the seed of every fall. It was pride that turned once glorious beings into enemies of God. It is pride that separates the soul from submission. When a person walks with arrogance, they believe they are above rebuke. They believe they are the judge, not the judged. But those who truly walk with God walk with humility. If you meet someone who boasts endlessly, who cannot be corrected, who looks down on others as though they were gods among men, know that evil has crept into their spirit. And the longer they feed that pride, the further they fall from the light. The sixth sign is a pattern of destruction. Wherever they go, evil people leave brokenness behind, broken relationships, broken trust, broken peace. If you trace their steps, you will find people who are used, people who are discarded, people who are wounded and never healed. Evil builds nothing. It only tears down. And those who are being used by evil cannot create harmony because their soul thrives on chaos. God is a builder. He is a restorer. He repairs what is shattered, but evil rejoices in demolition. If someone's presence consistently brings tension, pain, or division, don't ignore that sign. God does not author such confusion. Step back and seek His clarity. The devil sows discord, but God brings peace. And peace is a compass. When it's gone, look around you. Something dark may have entered. The seventh and final sign is a hatred for the truth. Evil people do not just dislike the truth. They hate it. The truth convicts them. The truth exposes them. And so they fight against it. They avoid it. They mock it. And when someone speaks truth to them, they lash out. Not because you are wrong, but because they are trapped in their own deception. A heart that loves God rejoices in truth even when it stings. A heart that belongs to darkness runs from it. If someone becomes hostile when you speak what is right, if they silence you when you speak what is good, then you are dealing with someone who has rejected the truth of God. And where there is no truth, there can be no righteousness. Now hear me and hear me well. These signs are not given so you may judge others with a hard heart. No, these signs are given so you may guard your spirit, protect your peace, and remain in the presence of God. There is a reason why God told you to be watchful. Evil does not knock on the door shouting its name. It whispers. It sneaks. It smiles. It pretends. But God reveals. God warns. God convicts. And He is speaking to you now through this very word. You have seen these signs before, perhaps in a co-worker, perhaps in a friend, perhaps in someone close to your soul. Do not ignore what God is trying to show you. Your safety, your spiritual purity, and your peace may depend on your ability to walk away. And if as you listen, you begin to see some of these signs in your own actions, let that not be a reason for shame, but a moment for awakening. God does not condemn those who turn. He delivers. He forgives. But you must recognize the signs in yourself too. For it is easy to point the finger outward, but wisdom looks inward. And the one who walks in truth must be willing to confront their own darkness. Pride must fall. Lies must die. Manipulation must end. For only then can you walk fully in the light of God. Evil thrives in darkness. It breathes in silence, and it grows in spiritual ignorance. But God has sent you this message as a lamp unto your feet. You were not called to be blind. You were not created to be fooled. You were not chosen to be used by the enemy. You are a vessel for the light. And the closer you walk with God, the clearer you will see. Don't be deceived by charm. Don't be fooled by titles. Don't be silenced by pressure. Evil can wear any face, but it cannot imitate the Spirit of God. And when God is truly present, there will be peace. There will be humility. There will be truth. There will be purity. Then I tell you now, the time for silence is over. God is calling His people to a higher discernment. Not a discernment rooted in suspicion or paranoia, but one rooted in divine awareness. A holy sensitivity to what is of God and what is not. Too long have many tolerated darkness in their lives, not because they were weak, but because they were unwilling to see the sign. Evil does not always come to destroy you with force. It often comes to distract you, to delay you, to drain you. And before it destroys your house, it first desires to enter your mind. It wants to make you question what you know is right. It wants to blur the lines. But when your spirit is anchored in the presence of God, you will see things clearly, and no manipulation can blind you. God gives clarity where evil gives confusion. That is one of the purest signs. In the presence of God, there is peace even in the storm. But when evil is present, there is restlessness even in calm. You could be surrounded by material comfort, but your soul will feel agitated. You could be smiling on the outside, but inside your spirit feels choked. This is not just stress. This is a spiritual warning from God. When you are walking with someone whose presence disturbs your spirit, do not ignore it. That is not your imagination. That is not paranoia. That is God telling you something here is not from me. You do not have to know all the details. You just have to be obedient enough to walk away when He tells you. Some evil people will never reveal their true nature with words, but their actions speak loud enough. Watch how they treat the weak. Watch how they speak about those who can do nothing for them. Watch how they act when no one is watching. God sees what men try to hide, and He gives you glimpses, not to make you bitter, but to make you wiser. Do not be the one who keeps giving chance after chance to someone who God has already exposed. If God shows you someone's true character that is not cruelty, it is mercy. He is protecting you from what you cannot yet see. He is preserving your purpose from contamination. Don't allow pity to override divine wisdom. It is not unkind to walk away from someone who is destroying your peace. It is obedience. And let me speak to your heart now, because someone listening has been spiritually tied to the wrong people for far too long. You thought you were being loyal. You thought you were being loving. But in the name of love, you tolerated poison. In the name of faithfulness, you allowed evil to make a nest in your life. You've been drained, discouraged, and confused. But God is shaking your soul today. He is saying, come out from among them. He is saying, clean your circle. Because evil does not always need to possess you. It just needs to be near you to slow you down. It doesn't need to destroy you directly. It just needs to distract you long enough that you miss your divine timing. God did not create you to survive, and He created you to thrive. But you cannot thrive while you are entangled with those who serve darkness, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And let's be clear, not everyone who carries evil is aware of it. Some people are being used by spirits they do not understand. They operate under jealousy, under rage, under pride, and they don't even know it. But that's why God calls you to walk in wisdom. Your responsibility is not to fix them. It's to recognize them and act accordingly. You are not their Savior. You are a servant of God, and your duty is to protect what God has planted in your soul. There comes a moment in every person's life when God begins to separate. He begins to divide what is holy from what is harmful, what is pure from what is poisonous. And if you are in that moment, do not resist it. God removes not to punish, but to preserve. He takes away to protect. He exposes not to shame, but to sharpen. And you must be willing to accept what God shows you, even if it hurts. Because some of the greatest delays in your life have not come from external attacks. They've come from internal connections. People you kept too close. Voices you gave too much access to. Relationships you refused to release. But now is the time to obey. God has a calling over your life. He has appointed you for impact. But you cannot carry out that calling while you're yoked to people carrying spirits of deception. And let me tell you something, the enemy is strategic. If he cannot destroy you, he will distract you with friendships that feel good but are spiritually toxic. He will connect you with people who applaud your talents but drain your anointing. He will place people in your life who feed your ego but starve your soul. But if you stay close to God, you will begin to feel when something is off. He will cause your spirit to become restless around certain people, not out of hatred, but out of spiritual warning. That uneasiness is not rudeness, it's revelation. And let me speak boldly. Stop ignoring red flags just because you're afraid to be alone. God never called you to cling to evil for comfort. You are not made to blend in with darkness for the sake of companionship. When God sets you apart, He also requires you to walk alone at times. But it's better to walk alone with God than to walk with evil and lose your soul's clarity. Evil people will use your kindness against you. It will guilt you into staying, manipulate you into silence, and twist your loyalty until you can't even recognize yourself. But God is your defender. God is your clarity. And if He has called you out, don't look back. Some of you have been questioning your instincts. You have been asking, why does my heart feel heavy around this person? Why do I always feel drained after talking to them? Why do I lose my peace when I'm near them? And God is answering you right now, because I never placed them in your life. I never assigned them to your spirit. They are a distraction, not a destiny. God is not the author of anxiety. He is the giver of peace. And where there is no peace, you must pause. Where there is spiritual weight, you must pray. Where there is confusion, you must separate until God speaks. And hear this now. Evil may be subtle, but it is not stronger than the Spirit of God within you. When you walk with God, you walk in power. You do not need to fear those who carry darkness. You do not need to cower before those who hate truth. For greater is God who is with you than the schemes that rise against you. You have the authority to rebuke what is not of God. You have the right to walk away. You have the wisdom to discern, but only if you stay connected to God daily. You cannot walk in clarity if you are disconnected from the one who gives sight. Do not let popularity confuse you. Do not let charisma deceive you. Evil people often rise quickly, but their fall is inevitable. God may allow them to shine for a season, but their roots are rotting. And when the storm comes, they will collapse under the weight of their own deception. But those who walk with God will stand firm. They will not be shaken even when evil surrounds them. Because the foundation of the righteous is built on the unshakable truth of God. You don't need to expose evil with your mouth. Just walk in the light, and the light will do the exposing. God fights for the pure. He defends the upright. You don't need to prove anything. Just stay aligned with God, and everything not sent by Him will fall away. Evil has an expiration date, but righteousness has eternal reward. And let this truth sink deep into your soul. God does not remain silent forever. When evil rises, God responds. When darkness creeps in, the light of God does not retreat. It shines brighter. He watches in patience, but not in passivity. He sees the schemes of the wicked, the plots formed in secret, the words spoken behind closed doors, and in His perfect timing, He brings every hidden thing into the open. You may have wondered why God allows certain people to thrive in their wickedness for a season. But do not confuse delay with approval. God allows space for repentance. But when that space is abused, His justice will not be withheld. Evil will never have the last word. God will. He will toastable justice. He will reap the gospel. He will call the earth God. There are people in this world whose entire mission is to sabotage what God has planted in others. They are not creators. They are destroyers. They do not build. They infiltrate. They do not uplift. They entangle. Their words sound sweet, but their hearts are full of poison. They disguise envy as advice. They applaud you with hands that hide a trap. So be watchful, for with every increase from God you must guard the soil of your life. Not every cheer comes from a sincere heart. Some will rejoice at your wins only to linger close enough to derail your next move. That's why you should pray for God to cleanse both your road and the people around you. When God begins to lift you up, He also creates separation. The higher you ascend, the sharper your discernment must be. You cannot bring vipers into the season ahead. You cannot rise while tied to burdens designed to pull you down. And hear this, some who mean harm will not step away on their own. They will cling like vines to your life, posing as helpers while slowly draining your spiritual strength. So stand firm. Remember, God is the gardener. He will prune, He will cut. He will tear away every false vine, not to hurt you, but to prepare you. Your growth requires removal. Your peace requires boundaries. And your destiny requires obedience. Don't cry over what God removes when you prayed for protection. Some of you are weeping over friendships and relationships that God Himself dissolved. And He is saying, you asked for peace. I had to remove the ones who were stealing it. You asked for clarity. I had to silence the voices of deception. You asked to walk in my will. I had to remove those sent to distract you from it. Evil people will often leave with drama, confusion, and blame. Let them go. Do not chase what God has cut off. Your healing begins at the door you finally stop reopening. And understand this. Evil people often carry the spirit of accusation. They project their darkness onto others. They accuse the innocent. They twist facts to favor their narrative. They pretend to be victims while orchestrating chaos behind the scenes. If you've ever been falsely accused, slandered, or misunderstood by someone you once trusted, know that God saw it. He saw the lies. He saw the manipulation, and He is not blind to your tears. Your vindication may not come through a public apology. It may not come through confession, but it will come through divine reversal. When God vindicates, He doesn't just clear your name. He elevates your life. He blesses you in the sight of those who tried to curse you. He prepares a table before you not in privacy, but in the presence of your enemies. You do not need revenge. You do not need to fight with flesh and blood. Your battle is not against faces. It is against spirits. And your victory is in staying aligned with God. Evil wants you to retaliate. It wants you to curse back, to gossip in return, to slander, to plot. But when you stay silent and surrender it to God, He fights battles you didn't even know were forming. He shuts mouths you never even heard. He dismantles plans that never reach your ears. This is the power of walking in righteousness. Your silence speaks louder than their schemes. Let me also tell you something powerful. You become what you tolerate. If you entertain evil, it begins to shape your perspective. If you excuse evil, it begins to affect your choices. If you protect evil, it begins to corrupt your heart. There is no neutral ground when it comes to righteousness. You're either pushing back against the darkness or you're allowing it to inch closer. And evil doesn't enter your life all at once. It creeps, it tests, it knocks softly. But when you open the door even a little, it enters boldly. That's why you must be ruthless in your discernment, gentle with people, but fierce in your boundaries, merciful in spirit, but unshakable in truth. God is calling His people to rise above superficial kindness. Not all kindness is godliness. Sometimes the most godly thing you can do is walk away, to say no, to separate, to protect your spirit from contamination. You don't need to explain yourself to everyone. You just need to be obedient to God. When He speaks, move. When He warns, listen. When He removes, release. Your peace is not worth compromising for the sake of pleasing people who are walking in darkness. And to the one who is weary, God sees your heart. He knows the toll it has taken to deal with hidden enemies, smiling manipulators, and trusted voices that turned out to be weapons. But don't grow bitter, grow wiser, don't shut down. Rise up. This pain is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of your sharpening. God is forging you through this fire. You are becoming more discerning, more focused, more purified. Evil thought it could destroy you, but instead it made you more aware of who truly stands with God and who only pretends. This season is not for soft sight. It is for clear vision. You cannot afford to blur lines anymore. You cannot pretend not to see what God has shown you. You must protect your spirit like your life depends on it, because it does. Every compromise weakens your shield. Every ignored red flag drains your discernment. But every time you choose obedience, your spirit grows sharper. Your heart becomes more aligned with the truth. The fear of God must return to your walk. Not a fear of punishment, but a reverent awe, a sacred commitment to remain in His will, no matter the cost. Because in the end, when you stand before God, you will not be held accountable for what they did. You will be held accountable for what you allowed. Let that settle in your soul. You were never created to blend in with the world. You were created to stand apart, to shine in dark places, to walk with integrity, even when surrounded by evil. And that is not easy, but it is your calling. Do not envy the evil. Their path may seem wide, but it ends in ruin. Their laughter may be loud, but their souls are empty. Their houses may be full, but their spirits are hollow. What they build without God will collapse. What they gain through wickedness will wither. But you, if you walk with God, you will not be shaken. The winds may blow, the storms may rage, but your roots will go deep. Your foundation will hold, and God Himself will sustain you. He will surround you with the right people. He will shield you from the unseen traps. He will guide you away from every counterfeit connection and into relationships that strengthen your soul. You will no longer be deceived by appearance. You will see with spiritual eyes. You will no longer be impressed by charisma. You will seek character. You will no longer fall for empty words. You will discern the spirit behind the voice. This is what it means to walk in the presence of God. Not just to feel Him, but to see through Him. To look at a smiling face and sense the spirit behind it. To hear a flattering word and detect the motive underneath. To be unshaken, unbothered, unmovable because you know who you are. And when evil tries to return, dressed in a new disguise, it will not find you vulnerable. It will not find you blind. It will find you guarded by truth, covered by wisdom, anchored in God. This is your shield. This is your weapon. This is your strength to walk in step with the Most High, to live in His shadow, and to stand in His light. Let every evil plan fall. Let every dark spirit flee. Let every voice of confusion be silenced. And let your life be a testimony, not of how much you avoided, but how much God preserved you from what you didn't even see coming. God is with you, and when He is with you, no evil can stand against you. Not in your mind, not in your heart, not in your house, and not in your future. And now hear this deep within your spirit. There is no greater tragedy than becoming comfortable with evil. There is no greater danger than normalizing what God has condemned. Evil does not always crash into your life. It often seeps in through compromise. It comes through the little things we excuse, the behaviors we tolerate, the company we refuse to confront, and over time it hardens the heart. It desensitizes the soul. It makes darkness look like wisdom and truth sound like offense. But when you walk closely with God, He will disturb every comfort that was built on a lie. He will interrupt every relationship that was wrapped in deception. Because God will not allow the ones He loves to settle in places where His presence cannot remain. God is not just concerned about what you do, He is concerned about what you allow. Evil people often don't need your participation. They just need your silence. And the moment you begin to remain quiet in the face of wickedness, you begin to give it space. But the one who walks in the fear of God cannot afford to be silent. When righteousness is being mocked, when holiness is being distorted, when truth is being buried beneath culture and convenience, you must rise not with hate, not with arrogance, but with spiritual fire, with the boldness to say, "This is not of God. This does not belong in my home, in my heart, or in my spirit." Some people are not evil in appearance. They are evil in influence. Their words sound gentle, but they lead you away from prayer. Their presence feels familiar, but it drowns out the voice of God. They feed your flesh, but starve your purpose. They pull you into conversations that dim your spirit, into decisions that slowly corrode your peace. And if you don't examine the fruit, you will be seduced by the shade of the tree. But remember, God never calls you to comfort that compromises your calling. He calls you to peace that comes from purity. He doesn't just want your praise. He wants your protection. He wants you to protect the anointing He placed on your life. Let me tell you something. When your discernment increases, your circle will decrease. When your eyes begin to open, your tolerance for nonsense begins to shrink. You will start to feel irritated by conversations that used to entertain you. You'll feel out of place in rooms you once fit in. You'll feel the tug to separate, to retreat, to realign. And that is not isolation. That is God's invitation. He is calling you to consecration because there are levels of peace, levels of wisdom, levels of spiritual power that cannot be accessed while you're surrounded by those who carry spiritual toxins. You cannot drink from the cup of God and still feast at the table of evil. You must choose. God does not bless who you pretend to be. He blesses who you are when no one is watching. And if you truly want His presence to overflow in your life, you must begin to unclutter your heart. Examine your loyalties. Inspect your attachments. Ask yourself, does this person feed my spirit or weaken it? Does this voice align with the will of God or lead me into confusion? These are not questions of judgment. They are questions of spiritual survival. Because in a world where evil hides behind influence, discernment is your shield. And oh, how desperately the world needs people who walk in divine clarity. Not those who echo what they hear, but those who stand on what God has revealed. Not those who blend into trends, but those who are anchored in truth. The evil people of this world are bold in their deception, confident in their chaos. And it's time for the people of God to be even bolder in righteousness. Not in pride, not in shouting, but in unshakable conviction. A quiet soul aligned with God has more power than a loud crowd chasing vanity. You may not have a platform. You may not have a title, but if you have the presence of God, you carry more authority than those who rule with corruption. Your prayers shake atmospheres. Your obedience builds unseen walls of protection. Your discernment keeps your home safe from infiltration. Do not underestimate the power of walking upright before God. It is not the loudest that are heard in the heavens. It is the purest, the clean heart, the surrendered will, the soul that says, God, even if it costs me everything, I will not entertain evil. I will not welcome it. I will not protect it. I will stand with you even if I must stand alone. Some of you are in seasons of exposure right now. God is revealing hearts. He is lifting veils. You are seeing people for who they truly are, not to hurt you, but to heal you. He is showing you conversations that were never meant to reach your ears, attitudes that were hidden behind smiles, intentions that were buried beneath gestures. And it hurts. But this pain is a gift. It is the hand of God separating you from silent sabotage. It is His mercy wrapped in revelation, because He does not want you to be blindsided in the future. He wants you to be anchored now. And when God exposes evil, do not argue with it. Do not negotiate with it. Do not try to make it comfortable. Rebuke it. Reject it. Remove it. Because what you fail to confront today will confront you tomorrow with greater strength. What you allow in your atmosphere will begin to shape your identity. And once your identity is compromised, your calling begins to slip through your fingers. But not you, not now. God has sent this word to you as a warning, as a wake-up call, as a declaration. You were not made to blend with darkness. You were made to shine with purity. You were not made to tolerate wickedness. You were made to walk in truth. You were not made to remain bound. You were made to be set apart. So guard your gate, guard your ears, guard your eyes, guard your spirits. Because evil does not just want your agreement, it wants your attention. It wants to occupy the space that was reserved for God. But you must decide who gets access to your soul, who gets to speak into your mind, who gets to walk with you in this divine journey. Not everyone deserves that closeness. Not everyone has the purity to stand in your purpose. Let God be your filter. Let Him show you. Let Him cut where you couldn't. Let Him remove what you were too afraid to confront, and when He does, rejoice. Not because you lost something, but because you were delivered from something. Evil may look like gain for a moment, but it is loss wrapped in illusion. And when God takes it away, He's not depriving you. He's preserving you. You don't know the storms He protected you from. You don't know the destruction He blocked. But one day you will look back and say, God, thank you for showing me. Thank you for removing what I didn't have the strength to release. Thank you for opening my eyes. Let this be your prayer tonight. God, remove from me every connection that is not from you. Strip away every alliance that weakens my spirit. Expose every smile that hides a dagger, and build in me the courage to walk away from what you never ordained. This is not a message of fear. It is a call to spiritual maturity, to stop living by feelings and start walking by discernment, to stop chasing comfort and start pursuing holiness, to stop being impressed by the outer and start being aligned with the inner. For God is not concerned with how people appear. He sees their intentions. And if you ask Him, He will show you too. And now let your heart receive this final truth. The power to overcome evil is not found in physical strength, loud voices, or worldly strategies. It is found in unwavering submission to God. It is found in the silent strength of a soul that kneels when no one is watching, that listens for God's whisper in the midst of noise, that chooses righteousness when wickedness is more convenient. Evil cannot stand in the presence of a heart that is fully surrendered. It may try, it may surround, it may even shout, but the soul anchored in God remains unshaken, untouched, and undefeated. You are not weak because you walk away from corruption. You are strong because you choose to walk with God when others compromise for applause. You are not naive because you protect your purity. You are wise because you understand that what God has placed in you is too valuable to be contaminated by false connections and deceptive influences. You are not alone when you let go of those who carry darkness in disguise. God stands with you and He surrounds you. And when you choose Him over everything else, He fills every void, heals every wound, and lifts you higher than anything evil tried to take away. Do not be surprised when evil people rise around you. It is written that trials will come, but let their rising be your reminder to remain in God's shadow. Evil may succeed for a moment, but its success is built on sand. God is building you on rock. And when the storms come, and they will come, what is built in truth will stand, but what was crafted in wickedness will collapse under its own weight. And hear me with every fiber of your being. There is no evil so deep, no deception so cunning, no person so dangerous that God cannot protect you from it. You do not walk blindly. You walk under divine watch. You walk with spiritual sight that sees beyond the surface. God gives wisdom not to puff you up, but to protect your path. He gives you discernment not to judge others harshly, but to guard what He's planted in your life. What He has entrusted to you is holy. Treat it as such. Your time is holy. Your peace is holy. Your mind, your energy, your calling. These are sacred gifts from God. And they are not to be offered to those walking in rebellion against Him. Do not be afraid to change your circle. Do not fear loneliness for a season. God often isolates before He elevates. He separates before He establishes. And what feels like loss is often divine subtraction, removing what was secretly subtracting from your peace, your strength, and your purpose. When God removes, He always replaces with better. What you release in obedience, He replaces with abundance. But trust Him. Trust His timing. Trust His yes. Trust His no, and most of all, trust His silence. Because even when God is quiet, He is still working. Some of you have spent too long trying to figure out why people changed, why relationships turned, why hearts went cold. But hear this now. It was never about you. It was about the unseen battle over your soul. Evil never attacks the empty. It attacks the anointed. It surrounds the chosen. And if you have been in the fire, if you have felt the sting of betrayal, if you have been pierced by silent warfare, take heart. You are not being destroyed. You are being refined. You are not being abandoned. You are being protected. God has seen every tear, every sleepless night, every cry for clarity. and He has not forgotten you. Lift your head, straighten your back, strengthen your spirit. God is not finished with you. What was meant to break you will build you. What was sent to delay you will develop you. What was designed to confuse you will now clarify you. And when you rise, you will not rise with bitterness, but with boldness. You will not rise with pain, but with purpose. You will not rise with hate, but with heavenly vision, because God has used the darkness to make your light shine brighter. He has used the enemy to teach you how to war. He has used the lost to teach you how to guard what matters. Let this be the moment you stop questioning what God removed and start praising Him for what He's about to release. Let this be the moment you stop entertaining what drains your spirit and start protecting what feeds your soul. Let this be the moment you no longer fear evil people because you are walking hand in hand with the one who has dominion over all creation. And as you go forward, take this final word and seal it in your spirit. Where God dwells, evil has no ground to stand. It cannot invade your thoughts, your household, or the destiny ahead of you. Even when the enemy raises his voice, the Lord's voice thunders louder. Even when the wicked devise clever schemes, God's wisdom outshines them all. Even when shadows close in, a single word from God drives them away. Therefore, lean not on your own might, but rest under the covering of the Almighty. Stand firm in truth. Stand steady in holiness. Stand strong in peace. For every weapon forged against you will be broken. This victory is not because of your own strength, but because of who God is. You are shielded. You are chosen. You are set apart. And no force of darkness can undo that truth. Let your very life declare what it means to walk with God, courageous, faithful, and uncompromising. For when you journey with Him, you walk in light. And in that light, darkness has no place to remain.